Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, sejam bem.
Ladies and gentlemen, be welcome to the city of Fundão. The conference, The Future is Now, Redesigning Priorities, is promoted by the Portuguese Architects Association in partnership with the municipality of Fundão, the Centre Regional Coordination and Development Commission, the Regional Chamber of the Architects Association for the Centre, with the sponsorship of SOFAC. This is a satellite initiative of the Festival of the New European Bahaus that will take place between now and the 13th of April in Brussels, being broadcasted for the whole world. To start the opening session, I would like to call the Vice President of the Regional Chamber of the Portuguese Architects Association for the Centre Region, Architect Liliana Muniz.
Muito bom dia a todos.
Good morning.
Cumprimento o arquiteto Avelino Oliveira, Presidente da Ordem dos Arquitetos, a doutora Alexandra Rodrigues, a Vice-Presidente da Comissão de Coordenação e Desenvolvimento Regional do Centro, Dr. Paulo Fernandes, Presidente da Câmara Municipal do Fundão, doutora Manuela Teixeira Pinto, Embaixadora REPER, Representante Permanente Adjunta de Portugal, junto da União Europeia. Em primeiro lugar, e em nome do Presidente da Secção Regional do Centro, arquiteto Florinto Belmarte, que por motivos de força maior não tem possibilidade de nos acompanhar hoje, quero agradecer a presença de todos os participantes e convidados deste evento, Satétile, do Festival of the New European Bahaus, designado The Future is Now, Redesigning Priorities. É com grande entusiasmo que hoje nos reunimos para dar início a este evento singular. Este festival representa um marco crucial na jornada rumo a um futuro mais sustentável,
in our journey towards a more sustainable, inclusive and culturally diverse future for Europe and the world. We'll be promoting deep reflections in four panels. Each of them centered on a fundamental aspect for the development of the European Green Pact. The first shall explore the topic of environmental sustainability, seeking and demonstrating innovative solutions and practices to face the urgent challenges of climate change. And the second will be delving into the wealth of cultural diversity, the importance of promoting inclusive Europe where all voices and identities are valorized and respected. In the third, we shall approach heritage and architecture, recognizing the need to preserve our history while constructing a future that is more sustainable and harmonious. Lastly, we shall discuss the importance of education interdisciplinarily as a fundamental tool to face the creative and cultural challenges. We hope that ideas shall flourish, that perspectives are amplified, and that new solutions are shared. Through dialogue and collaboration, I trust that we can find a way towards a more sustainable, inclusive, and culturally wealthier future. We'll start with a conference, Young Architect, by the representative of the Maslab Atelier, and we shall end our day with the conference The Future is Now, Redesigning Priorities by architect João Luís Carrilho da Graça. So I'd like to invite you to actively participate in these discussions, sharing experiences, ideas, and visions. That this festival may be only the beginning of an inspiring and transformative journey to all of us. Thank you very much.
Seguida, usará da palavra.
So now we'll have the president of the Portuguese Architects Association, Avelino Oliveira.
Ora bem. Muito bom dia a todos. Good morning, everybody. It is my pleasure to be here in Fundão and also to be here for this event that is organized by the Architects Association and as many other partners in this conference on new European Bauhaus. As the mayor of Fundão has already said, I had the chance to tell him it's very important to be here. We have the Deputy President of the Coordination Commission for Central Region and so many other people, all those colleagues who are at academia or any other organizations. Thank you, all of you, and thank you to all those who have enabled this event to materialize. We've had Liliana Muniz, unfortunately, our president of the regional branch of the Architects Association could not be here. But at any rate, thank you to all the collaborators who actually helped this event to happen. I don't want to bore you. At any rate, I would like to provide a framework on the reasons why we're here and why we're connected to the European Bauhaus. First and foremost, how did this emerge? Last year, I was representing the Portuguese Association at the European Festival for the Bauhaus, and they said that there was a position open for the organization of this event in 2024. I immediately talked to my colleague Clelia and said that we wanted to compete or to come forward for the organization of that event. Not all countries would have the conditions to actually organize this event. But then we decided we were going to go ahead, and we thought about Fundão. That's why that? Because it's the new European Bauhaus. We architects know exactly why this name was created, Bauhaus. This is the name of a school in a city, and I don't know the exact German name. It's not, one of the most famous cities in there, but it's a mid-sized city. And anyway, for over a decade, the Bauhaus has become a very strong influence for the future developments in architecture. And this was actually created in a small city in a context linking industry and design. Why do I say this? Because I also want to talk about processing and digital. This is the concept that structured Bauhaus. From then onwards, we had different movements that we've witnessed all throughout Europe, and which culminated with an exhibition, something that expanded in a positive manner. The idea of the European community to reintroduce the idea of Bauhaus, but with the new Bauhaus, this means that we need to revisit the exercise that all those did this before. We get thinkers, architects, designers, urban planners, people in the art sector, but unfortunately had to leave Germany for political reasons. We think of the three important directors, Walter Gropius, Wiesendecher, and Hans Meyer. The two first had to go to the States, and Hans Meyer ended up going to Mexico. So the new European Bauhaus only makes sense if we see it from a specific standpoint. We have to consider that this is not in a large metropolis. So if you think about processing, about Industry 4.0 or 5.0, if you think of new trends, you think of industry and transdisciplinary approach, then this makes sense. To that extent, Fundão actually meets the requirement, has the features that were important for this. Based on a new approach of industrial city, we managed to get to merge that with creativity, and today that's what you have. We have an industry of the Internet of Things, and link that to digital, and how important digital is for architecture. Digital comes from finger, right? Transformation comes from hand. So this idea that having a keyboard with one specific keys and the finger that touches specific keys. In a digital context, we have to have an encompassing view of culture, architecture, and then reflect about that. That's the challenge that we have today. It's in Fundão, in a cohesion territory, a territory that deserves the attention of the country because it's emerging, it's growing, and it's providing an example. So when we talk about Fundão, we think about, the neighboring area, and we see how this region is actually providing a good example for the country on how to create a new environment and create a city with so many people, so many nationalities. And then, last but not least, let me tell you about the role of the Architects Association. We have to speak up, not only for the country, but also for those in this region. Please take care of your architects. We have the best, so we need to put in place policies and measures to privilege architecture, that privilege the quality of architecture. Of course, there are problems. I see a lot of young people here. There are challenges for them. These are to be faced by all of them and by all of us in a context that has to be not only local, but also national, and above all, in the European context. That's what the new Bauhaus shows us. And when we see these new, or look at these new projects, and we open these new, we give the possibility of looking at new design, new public space, the projects developed by different municipalities, what are they doing? They are creating quality public space, housing which is more efficient in terms of energy. They're creating new proximity. These new trends, the urbanism chronologic, and like in Spain, you have the mega neighborhoods where we have, in Barcelona, for example. This means that when we look at these aspects, we are actually applying all the concepts that are included in the new European Bauhaus. I believe that it is very important to discuss this today in Fundão. And so it will provide more visibility to not only the architects, but also the communities at large. And so thank you very much for being here. I'm very proud for the involvement of the Architects Association. I wish you a very fruitful work. Thank you.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you. Now will have the Vice President of the Center Regional Coordination and Development Committee, Alexandra Rodrigues.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I would like to greet the mayor of Fundão, who knows how to welcome us. I would also like to greet the president of the Architects Association and the regional chapter, the representative of the regional chapter of the association. When we were invited by them to get involved on this, I immediately said that we had to join in. In fact, the Coordination Commission has been working on these topics related to the new European Bahaus. And let me compliment what the president of the Architects Association said. Our idea is to keep inclusion, beauty, sustainability, but also focus on what on the cooperation, namely the Trans-Border Association with our Spanish neighbors since 2020. We've been working on this concept of new European Bauhaus from a trans-border perspective, and at the same time focusing on the rural areas and our rural villages. Because cooperation processes have shown that citizens' participation is crucial for these processes, and so we have to complement these two concerns, so to say. And again, since 2020, we've been working so as to actually shed more light over these concepts, over these villages, creating this network of Bauhaus villages. This is a network that is made of 6 villages. 2 have been identified in the central region, 2 also in Alentejo, the southern neighbors, and also 2 in Extremadura, where the different regional directorates have been playing a pivotal role. Through this, we tried to actually implement the principles of the new European Bauhaus. The Coordination Commission for the Central Region has been very important in the implementation of this, because we know that this is not only important for the country but for the region. We also know that the European Commission, when implementing this, did not attach the financial envelope. However, through the already long path, this is a project that has been looking at the financing sources to privilege the principles of new European Bauhaus. I believe that during the day you will have the chance to get more acquainted with these villages. And we know that the central region is very rich in terms of this type of village, and we have the chest villages, and these are very good examples of what you can do in smaller territories or regions faced with more challenges, but where maybe on the other hand it's easier to get citizens involved. And so the CCRC, the Coordination Commission for Central Region, has always tried to be an actor and become a kind of sort of a stage, so to say, to bring together or create a forum to materialize, to make sure that we get everybody involved. Also by working with different regions, working with Alentejo and Extremadura in Spain, we have identified a number of Bauhaus villages. Of course, there will be some limitations in terms of financing, but it will be possible to at least foster some small projects that will actually lead to the implementation of these ideas of new European Bahaus. And I believe that in the future there will be further sources of financing. You have programs at European level. We have Erasmus Plus, the LIFE program. There are a number of alternatives, including, for example, in this network of the European Bahaus, Pampilhosa da Serra in central Portugal will be actually competing and leading some action. We have managed to bring together, the right actors to implement this project. I think that today it's going to be a very important day, not only for sharing experiences, but also to actually come up and devise new concepts. So thank you very much for being here. As for me, I can tell you that on behalf of CCRC, we are very proud of participating in this organization. I wish you a lot of success. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to call the mayor of the Fundão municipality, Paulo Fernandes.
Muito bom dia.
Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start by greeting the Portuguese Architects Association. Is president and their president and vice president, the regional chambers and structures, because the fact that we're here today is your responsibility. So for these very relevant motives, considering the topics and the challenge, because the new European Bahaus is a challenge with a program that is conceptual and can help us a lot to face our many challenges. So I'd like to greet the Trans-Border Cooperation team. Thank you for having accepted the challenge and for operationalizing the field. This is something that speaks to us. These very small urban nuclei that will have a preponderant role as far as the complex challenges that face us are concerned, considering the extended context of Europe, the challenges and the new work perspectives such as remote work, proximity services, which maybe you know proximity means exactly that, proximity. So we should not forget that this approach can be expressed in different ways considering the context of connectivity, but proximity, physical proximity between people, communities, links between functional areas and the expression of a cultural landscape, a set of knowledges, etc. These physical proximity is also very relevant in creating a fairer society and happier communities. So it's good for us to work with this sometimes ambiguous concept of happiness. But despite this ambiguity, we should be committed to it. So this micro network, Rui Simão was responsible for this. Thank you for your effort to bring these small centers to our discussion. Dear architects, architecture students, different industries. We're in a Cork region, so also vegetables and fruit. In this building where all those products were sold was going to be demolished. So I thought it was interesting to ask people what you want to make of it. And we concluded that people didn't agree with demolishing the building. The demolition, if we demolish something to build a school, that's okay, because building schools is a good thing. No one questions school. If we speak about building an apartment building, for example, maybe people would sniff at it, but demolishing to create new functions, depending on these functions, people in general and politicians in more concrete terms, we know where the tension lies. If it's a school and it's a public school, there is less tension. So it would be quite interesting to think about demolishing the old marketplace and create a new space for a school. Or we can build something else in this space. We had a position about this. Of course, we have to have our position in terms of policies. Now, after Easter, and Easter is an important narrative with a character which is Pilate, Pontius Pilate, that washes his hand off the responsibility. So he washed his hands concerning the trial of Jesus Christ. We didn't want to be Pontius Pilate. There is a local memory, and local memory is a thing that you can emphasize easily. It's sometimes not easy to deal with, but the local memory as regards spaces is something quite complex. And you, of course, know this as an architect, an architecture public that you are. So an incubator, a fab lab, which everybody knew what it was at the time. The community was quite enthusiastic about these new initiatives. A co-working space, something which people knew, and everybody was in line with this type of conceptual thought from the perspective of new words, new names for paradigm, maybe. So lines of thought concerning local authorities. So we wish to create value. We had to become a value builder. Social values, of course, we all agree, cultural value, I think that no one would disagree, but also economical value. And this would have to be amalgamated and would have to take what we have. We had a stock of equipment, of spaces, that had lost their functions, that had lost the people, even with the loss of management, would have to find new challenges, new functions, so as to build a city, one of these cohesion cities that could have a more interesting role. The population gave us the benefit of the doubt. That is, democracy gave us the benefit of the doubt. Democracy is quite interesting from the point of view of building strategies, new designs. So at the end of the day, and this is also a time when we discuss the 50 years of the 25th of April revolution, this is quite important. So attention is paid to the difference between private and public notions. There are cities with a fantastic dimension of public space, and then I see that there is a tension between these two spaces, especially in dense cities, in cities that undergo pressure from the point of view of tourists, number of people, the economy, etc. But this was not our experience here. And when I heard that about the 2 or 3 reasons for us to be here, I think that refunctionalizing and reconverting towards a strategic goal is quite interesting. And we did understand that these colorful cities idea that comes from a school of planning, an old school of planning, and we know that cities should have internal specialization principles. That's the commercial area, that's the leisure area, that's the school area, the innovation area. So this approach of these colorful cities, or cities in colors, in a wider context today, and even in smaller cities like ours, were organized following a paradigm of the colorful city. Here we said that's absurd. We want proximity, and so we'll change this approach and we'll bring new vital functions and a co-living context. 11 years ago we didn't call them this, and bring them into our approach and repositioning of the city. One day we, after having positioned ourselves like this, the first 100 engineers that came to Fundão and who lived in a public housing pool oriented towards talent attraction and highly specialized manpower, something that is very rare in Portugal. It is in fact the only one. So we were thinking about how long would these people take to get to their job, and the number was 1 minute and 46 seconds. This is an approach from the point of view of our context. Maybe this is the most out-of-the-box approach. It looks very simple, very obvious, but it's really out of the box. relationship between a defined strategy of development, housing, technologies. How does these all intersect? At that time, we were working remotely, so it's not the same approach as we have to do. And in the post-pandemic times, we felt it even more comprehensively. Some years ago, this was not obvious at all. So, between or among the needs, the daring attitude, the ability to bring people together. So see, it's a rural community of citizens who accepted this idea and gave us the space to do it. I don't know whether there is another place in Portugal where a rural community would give a mayor and his team with a strategy like this, with a political project, give the trust to do this. Because it's so different, it includes new differentiated models in a very difficult country where differentiation is difficult to achieve. So that it has impact, those that can be transformative, and normally for different reasons, or because people are lazy or they have lack of courage, they present discontinuities. It's not natural, democratic, and legitimate discontinuities, but I'm speaking of others, lack of courage, lack of taking things to a very deep level. The second aspect has to do with learning. We considered that this relationship between tradition and innovation would be critical. We've been thinking for a lot of years, and we've been working on these, following the agricultural calendar in a place like ours, which is defined by high differentiation of our agriculture, very diverse in terms of landscape. The president was saying the ideas and their materials. We have the nets here, mountain villages, villages, etc. So there is a diversity of landscape, the field, the pine forest, schist and granite. These are well stratified landscapes. These are stratified landscapes in a territory with 700,000 square meters. So this set of materials, references, knowledge, learnings that can be interconnected while dialoguing between tradition and innovation. Some weeks ago, UNESCO called us a learning city, which is quite important, but it's also relevant to be considered one of the 8 cities in Europe for inclusion and diversity. This is a small place with 12,000 inhabitants in a territory with about 700. So our educational project mirrors this. It's called RIS and Others. So this expression is the motto, raiz, which means roots, so, and wings. So I'll talk about wings first. In this digital component, we thought that anticipating some learnings, at least one generation. So in 10 years' time, people are saying, there was a mayor in Fundão who made our students learn programming and artificial intelligence. Well, this can be dangerous, and people may judge me in the future as having done something wrong here. And this was an imposition. We must do it. So after 6 years of age, all children must learn programming. And we've been doing this for 6 years now. This is the wings. Although roots and wings are connected. There was a song called about birds that didn't have wings. That's a terrible thought, I think. So the root is that every child here learns how to weave or how to make cheese. So from the Fab Labs, one of the pioneering structures we have, they also learn how to design them conceptually. And then they had to understand all techniques with the associated conceptuality. Digital and analogic, digital, hands and fingers, that's what it means. So there is this interconnection here. So roots and wings is our position. Our Eco Museum workshop spaces has the stamp of UNESCO. They belong to the community. They are for the community, and this approach will be illustrated in our visits tomorrow. We'll visit 15 museum spaces, including the Cherry Museum. And my last message has to do with interculturality. We have 76 different nationalities. We don't have a university here, although we have many interfaces and links with the higher education, but having 64 nationalities makes us think differently. We are a territory of a welcoming, a hosting territory. The linking, our link with the new Bahaus and cities and communities, not necessarily multicultural, but intercultural. And this is a huge challenge. All that you mentioned, if we can we can develop cities that will be tendentially more intercultural. We're now discussing whether there can be migrations as if it were a discussable topic, and we could escape the inevitability of being interconnected with so many people that come to us because we're a place where we can live happily. So how do we create inclusive cities where people join in their interculturality? Also, an interclass dynamic is an interesting issue here, having so many architects and planning experts here. So the future of spaces in Europe in the next years will depend on whether we do it or not. This is the biggest challenge we have to face in this challenge. Architects, planning people have a key role. Interdisciplinarity and the set of disciplines that you can congregate around you, local leaders, national leaders, European leaders. So we're in this pre-campaign phase for Europe, and this is important for a more inclusive, fairer, a more friendly and intercultural, interclass community. This is utopian, but I didn't call new European Bahaus a new European Bahaus. So we have contributed, we have supported, but I didn't bring this event to this city. You did it. So we'll be sharing your knowledge. And if you don't like the word utopia, I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. E para encerrar.
Thank you. And to close this intervention period, we'll have a message by the Deputy Permanent Representative of Portugal to the European Union, so Manuela Teixeira Pinto. There seems to be no sound in the video, so we'll be waiting for the sound. Thank you.
Pedimos desculpa pelo.
So we apologize for this technical difficulty, and we'll go on to the first panel. One of our speakers will have to go away. So our nature now, how we reconnect with it. This is the topic of our first panel. So Rui Simão, Paula Garcia Santos. Professor Helena Freiter will be with us online. To moderate this panel, I would like to call Nuno Franciscus, director of the Jornal do Fundão. He has a PhD in Sciences of Communication. He is an auxiliary guest professor at UBI and a researcher at LabCom Communication Philosophy and Humanity.
Muito bom dia a todas e a todos.
Good morning, everybody. First and foremost, I would like to thank for the kind invitation to participate and moderate this debate. One advantage of being here is that we don't seem to have any sound problems. It is my honor and pleasure to moderate this debate, and I'll start with a question, which I think is important. Why are questions important? Because it makes a lot the job of the moderator a lot easier, because all the moderator has to do is to ask the question and then expect that the participants in the panel to participate. And the question, the crucial question is, how are we going to reconnect with the nature, with what is near us? First, also because we are asking this question in the context of reapproaching nature, and also in view of the existing climate changes. This is a very broad question, and I believe it's pertinent, and we will try and answer that in the next 40 minutes. Let me introduce the participants in this panel. We're talking about people with vast CVs, but of course I'm not going to read all of them, so I'll briefly introduce them. Let me introduce Rui Simão, who is the councilman at the municipality of Pampilhosa da Serra since 2021. Is in charge of territorial innovation, forestry, tourism, and communication. He was also the manager of the schist villages, and he was the coordinator of endogenous resources. He has a degree in regional and urban planning at the University of Aveiro, and he was researcher in the planning, in land planning department through 2009. We also have Paula Teixeira Santos. She's the coordinator of the Cities Network. Her work involves urban regeneration, sustainability, and she's also a consultant for different companies and institutions in these fields. He is a member of the coordinator of CENCYL, the Center of Cities. And last but not least, Professor Helena Freitas. She's a chair professor at University of Coimbra. She was awarded the Ernest Hecker Award, and she was recognized by the European Commission in 2024. She has a lot of experience in a number of areas, including Mediterranean ecosystems, microbial ecology, and technologies for sustainability. Helena Freitas has been awarded a number of prizes. She was awarded the Presidential Cross for Development and commendation from the President of the Republic. Because Professor Helena Freitas has a very, very busy day, I'm going to immediately give her the floor. The topics she will be focusing on nature and future, the example of Serralves Park in Porto. So the floor is yours, Professor.
Não está a ouvir a professora, não?
So it looks like the professor cannot hear us. While we await, she can hear us, but good morning.
Bom dia, obrigada, desculpem. Sim, peço imensa desculpa não estar convosco presencialmente.
We do apologize, but we have no sound in the booth.
Uma situação inesperada, imprevista.
Muito bem, professora, acabei de fazer a apresentação do painel
I just introduced the members of the panel you are in. I know that you have a very busy day today, so the floor is yours for your presentation. Well, I do apologize for, I hate to actually, speak before everybody else, but I don't know if, shall I make the full presentation or just topics? Well, you have 15 minutes, Professor, so you can decide what to do. Well, if possible, let me make a brief presentation then. I thought I would, I had planned on making a different presentation on Serralves because that's the example I wanted to share with you. But before that, let me greet the organization and congratulate them for this the topic for this conference. I think the new Bahaus is an important initiative and it has to be supported. We are all called upon to participate in this process. Of course, it can be implemented or somehow put in practice through different perspectives, including, for example, the European perspective, which is the interface for the overall action. I congratulate those who decided to actually come forward with this topic, and also Fundão, the municipality, for this initiative. I believe that it's very important that we all get involved, and it makes sense that the Architects Association be a part of this integrative and interdisciplinary process. This involves many agents, so I think it was a very, very positive model that you wanted, and I would love to be there, but unfortunately I couldn't make it. The reason why I'd like to share with you the example of Serralves is because of the typology, like a lab, and it makes sense in a network like this. I would like for Serralves to be taken on board on this new dynamic for Bahaus when it comes to urban spaces. One of the fantastic things about Bahaus is to actually lead us to translate strategic thinking, which is so important right now in this time and place, when we want and we need nature to be more pristine, and we understand that it tails biodiversity, and these are the true inspirer to change things. Of course, this puts a lot of pressure on us, but on the other hand, then how can a Serralves or a city through Serralves, which is integrated in an urban area, be such a pleasurable and pristine area? And how can it be sustainable, and how can nature become a living space, and a space for living and to live in or amidst the nature. We are a part of nature, and this quotation is something that we are called upon to think about on a daily basis when it comes to well-being. Nature provides a number of goods and services of different types. It's very important that we consider how this is done and how rurality can be done. And it's crucial to try and understand how different services and ecosystems work and how it can be translated in development agenda. And on the other hand, to see how we can jiggle up and make all this match. Nature contributes to people. We know that this agenda usually has service ecosystem, but I would like this way better.
Pessoas, hoje nature contributions to people.
So nature contributes to people. The IPBES agenda, which I think it's very good because it's very positive and takes into account the specificities of territories, the different societies, and respects all the diversity of both material and immaterial heritage. On the other hand, we know that this conflict in cities are going to become worse and worse because we have smaller and mid-sized cities that will certainly expand and will certainly consider different contexts. So there will be this conflict, permanent conflict. So we need to mitigate conflicts. Because you see, Bauhaus has to have the power to show how to mitigate these conflicts, how to protect the sanctuaries of biodiversity in a situation where there are so many problems, namely in coastal areas. This is something that it's very important and should consider. Bauhaus should be considered for this as pivotal for this. We know that habitats that are becoming extinguished and there is a permanent degradation of different habitats. And in a time where we still do not know enough or we know very little of nature. This is a very powerful image, and we see, where we lack knowledge, we know very little about it, but we know we're becoming more and more aware of the strategic importance. For example, if we consider fungi, it's important as small plants, as small insects, and how important this can be used by Bauhaus. Now, another remark, how can we look at trees? One tree is a part of the ecosystem. And one could look at the tree as being a part of decoration, but it's a lot more than that. In a city, in urban areas, is life expressed in one single object, so to say, a living being, which is a tree. Then we have Earth, that we have to consider the sun, and the sun, the life that sun enables, and how important it is even for the network that is underground. There is a whole network of systems that needs to be more visible. So here is another strategic axis, I would say, which is important for the decision-making process in this century, has obviously to do with climate change. So I believe that at Bahaus level we have to consider the mitigation of climate change, and climate adaptation is pivotal, and I believe that you're going to discuss this topic all through this day today. So it's very important that this will promote the sustainability. we have to run away from the paths that will lead us to the solutions that theoretically take care of nature, but in fact does not do that in an efficient manner. So we need to actually focus on this and make sure that we are going to feed Bauhaus with the elements it needs, and I understand, and I believe that it's absolutely crucial that you discuss this today. This will enable us to think about new cities, of course, approached from a multidisciplinary perspective, not only in terms of the urban space, but also in terms of the earth, the health for the earth. Another important axis is the food chain system. Maybe we should rethink about our well-being model, so to say. This is also strategic. When it comes to Bauhaus, we need to consider the activities that are nature positive and resilient in terms of buildings, and I believe that this is our major challenge. The transition you know, and everything that you're going to discuss today, products of a circular economy, the capacity to actually consider circular economy, and we cannot, of course, we have to consider economy connected with the destruction of the living systems around us. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to develop this topic a lot more, but I believe that these are other examples of how Sir Alves can actually participate in this laboratory, the Bauhaus laboratory. I believe it can be quite inspiring, and I hope that Sir Alves will remain a living example of landscaping. I mean, the history of this site is absolutely fantastic, and it will have to continue to be like that, and it will have to continue being a living example of what we have, what is built, what is not built. Of course, there will always be a discussion between what should be done, where and when. Like in here, for example, we have a lake. We have to consider the different plants that are placed there, not only to treat waters, but also at the same time to, you know, for the landscaping and for the feeding of birds and all that. So the balance of all these elements, you know, the need, I mean, to balance all this with our need to live in beautiful spaces. We have to consider biodiversity. We have 10,000 specimens here, and we hope to promote further discussion and dialogue with schools and cultural groups, as well as in terms of fauna. We have to consider the prairies, we have to consider the water. We are actually this year focusing on water and how important the green areas are. But we also have to consider the structures for preservation. To conclude, we also want a strong educational dynamic. And next week we are actually opening BioBlitz, and there will be thousands and thousands of children participating here. That's why I have to be here today, because it's going to be officially launched. This is a project, a service that is going to be launched today. We need to have this, and we need to have more labs to actually be able to see how things can be changed in terms of a society that is grounded on a green agenda that will involve each and every one of us. Without nature, we cannot go on, and nature will have to be the inspiring force for all of us. And that's exactly what brings us closer to our human nature. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Professor.
Vamos guardar.
Of course, the debate will take place at the end. I don't know if you can still be with us. I can be with you through 11:25. Let me now tell you about Rui Simão. He has worked extensively in adding value to low-density territories.
Que é dos territórios.
The chest villages, as is Pampilhosa, is an area with low population density. And when we work on such territories, we're talking and working in very different contexts. We're talking about highly differentiated areas that will require different types of approaches and different types of philosophy, so to say, to approach the territory. The idea is that now the proximity journalism it can play a very important role in terms of getting people closer to such territories. Rui is going to, it also has about 15 minutes for his presentation, and so he's going to talk about the challenges linked to the new Bahaus.
Muito bom dia a todos.
Good morning to all of you. I'd like to start. Thank you. I'd like to start by greeting the Mayor of Fundão, who had to leave the room, but I still send him my compliments. Also the President of the Architects Association, the Vice President, and all the regional national structure of the association that is here with us. Also Lydia Martins, representative of the Cooperation Area CCDR Center. Also the coordinator of the Schist Village moderator, my panel colleagues, the moderator, etc. So I prepared a presentation on the Village Network for the Future project that seeks to synthetically, and I will hope I'll respect the time, and share with you what we have done, the goals that have directed this project, the challenges that come with it, and also a couple of reflections on what we still have to do in the future. I'm not sure what I did, the gentleman says. So I'll start by talking about the regional public policies approach in the Center region. In the last 20 years, they have developed from an innovative approach, batting new sets of public policies, searching for a future path for the most remote and peripheral areas of the urban areas of the region. Here on the left, you see the polarities, Coimbra, Aveiro, Leiria, Viseu, this hinterland axis, Guarda, Covilhã, Castelo Branco. So this is a cartogram, a map that represents the social and dynamic of the region. So here you have at the center an area that emerges with a very specific internal cohesion, a set of orographic and morphologic characteristics, but which is absent from the cartography that expresses the social relationships in the region. On the right, you have the different layers of villages that have been supported in the last 20 years. They coincide in general terms with the D area in the center of this hinterland pine forest region. So we come from a group of a set of public policies, then Prover, a more immaterial dimension from 70 to 14, and then the new Prover, the hinterland pine tree forests, and what else can we have so that the region may have a renewed positioning regarding the strategies. So this is the concept of the village network for the future. It was born within the Euroace, Alentejo Center and Extremadura regions. From 2021, each of the regions start working on this subject. Each region chose 2 villages, and so we have new ways of showing the voice, the desires of these villages to Brussels, to the European community, sharing them in a regional plan and cross-border cooperation with the goal of facing the demographic challenge, which is the key problem of these regions, to structure new centralities in villages from complementary network services and serve as pilots for other villages, regions, and countries. So this joint mission gathers 6 villages, 3 regions, 2 countries to cooperate. When the first call was open for the new European Bahaus, for municipalities with less than 6,000 inhabitants, when this first call happened, we understood this is the time. We have to present our arguments and challenge the European Union to look at villages as the opportunity to exemplify how the NEB values can be in the service of the community values, articulating aesthetic ambitions, and also stimulating local authorities, understanding that while these new political opportunities don't arrive to these places, they are not dealing with the smallest but very important dimension of European reality. So we had a set of public spaces and public interventions. Each village chose an emblematic public space that should be analyzed and worked upon towards new local experiences. And then when the technical team came and we told them, you should fly to Sevilla, go to Moraleja, Almar, and then São Pedro do Carvão, and then go back from Lisbon, and they were absolutely amazed and surprised. So we had to change the initial goal. One of the projects was we needed to change these physical intervention to a conceptual strategic approach. So there was a definition of different strategic areas. So a conceptual model was set up, and we defined a set of political guidelines for the European Union, especially, of new ways to support this type of interventions. We defined the building blocks for intervention and analysis for in each of the villages were culture, mobility and accessibility, the livability of spaces, local self-sustenance, multifunctional resilience, memories, and economic feasibility. So from these, a set of practical workshops and participatory sessions were organized, where each of these blocks, each of these lines of assessment in each of the village discussed these building blocks, and they assessed those that were more developed, their weaknesses and advantages, etc. Most of them recognized that lifestyle and culture are the most enhanced by local communities, although they have an economic vitality and feasibility, together with mobility and accessibility, were the most fragile aspects. So accessibility is the set of things that we can do in a period of time. So these are recognized as being the most important ones to be worked on. So the expert teams in urban development, regional development, sustainable development changed these initial objectives. So instead of a strictly physical intervention, we went on to build a conceptual picture and enhance the importance of cooperation and the new political approach needed, and then creating a roadmap for each of the villages, itemizing the main topics that were necessary to materialize this project. These villages were unique values at the level of sustainability. They are spaces where the most important thing is to live within nature, with nature around us. Aesthetically, it's necessary to honor the beauty and the landscape and the tradition and the memories that are our heritage. And as for inclusion, we have to conjugate the past with modern technology. As for the recommendations, there is the awareness of the need to strengthen policies to develop the rural world. Support policies must be more comprehensive. We have to have more financing sources, more funding sources, and we have to enhance more flexible structures of skills and knowledge. One of the most interesting phases was the creation of these Bahaus Euroways villages. This is a body that was created. We had representatives of the three regions, including the Spanish government, and the 6 municipalities from Portugal and Spain. One of the most interesting events I had the opportunity of participating in, being invited by DG Regio, because this is an interesting project for the community. This is considered by the President of the European Commission as the soul of European change for the future, but one element that filled us with joy was celebrating the Day of Europe, 9th of May, in Dornelas do Zezer, with over 200 children from the 6 villages of the network. So we had the submission, 2022, in 2023, the setup of the network, as a territorial unit. Then we have these conceptual bases to then emerge inside the communities and bring to the surface the vision of the community itself within these shared values for facing the future challenges. Here we have the Dornelas do Zezer. The strategic plan is ongoing now. This is Dona Virginia, who has a coffee shop, and she is very expectant in terms of what is happening, what will be happening. She doesn't have the experience of the requirements of a plan and such a planning needs. So expectations must have quicker solutions, so that we don't keep speaking about strategies without showing anything for it. So this is at the limit of Pampilhosa da Serra, very near Cova da Veira, Fundão, etc. This is where they study, they go to school, they do their shopping, but it's also a village that is at the center of a set of villages that belong to this village network, with some resources and attractiveness, which are so many arguments, and they have a basin in terms of services, etc. So it's at the center, is the hinterland of the hinterland. Dornelas do Zezer is a border territory, but it's surrounded by these schist villages. They have chemists, they have an elderly people's home, a kindergarten, educational center, temporary housing for young people at risk. They have temporary housing, restaurants, butchers, different associations, groceries, a river beach, and also a traditional relationship with the Zezer River. It also possesses some scale. It has 600 inhabitants and has different landscape functional units, from the center, which is a historical nucleus, then the São José, the first mining neighborhood, and the riverfront that has to be qualified. I'd like to tell you that we are aware of the fact that Dornelas as a community, it's a caring community, an inclusive community. They have acquired competencies in social care. They have 80 women. This is an association with 80 women working for over 30 years, so they have these caring skills. They welcome young people, elderly citizens, etc. They give security to people. They like to party and they love life. It's a community with rural mining immigrant roots. They cultivate fields, they have their memories, they immigrate and they come back. So the best thing is not necessarily the physical heritage, but the best thing is the association, a community with a set of skills that must be put at the service of this new European Bahaus project. So we have the municipality of Pampilhosa and this Association for Social Solidarity. In some areas we need a mobility plan, a landscape project, a sustainable and circularity project, and the way to connect this with the new Bahaus values has been defined. We also have activities having to do with sports, cultural identity, and the association as a project for caring and just to give you an idea of the village, of this village inserted in nature, and what are the main challenges for attracting new inhabitants to develop the economic basis from what there is already. So we need an innovative urban program with scale and dimension adequate to the region, not just a detailed program designed in an office. So we have to requalificate and build autonomous housing or buildings in such sectors as tourism and health, housing and care. Implementing programs for support and assistance, promoting the community integration of the new inhabitants, requalify public spaces and equipments to enhance connection with nature, especially the riverfront, promote a consortium of companies and investors to guarantee the collaboration between public and private entities and therefore mobilize public and private funding. So it's not fracturing these small projects that will lead us somewhere. If you break this into small pieces, it loses value. So we must be able to have a community ready to call investors in, to have communication with public entities, and we have some funding tools to submit a structured project. We have 3 million euros. It sounds like a lot, but it isn't. So, but it's something that we, for which we need funding. Private funding is not enough to generate the advantages that can and should be replicated and multiplied in this public policies framework. Thank you so much.
Deixamos Dornelas de Azevedo, vamos para...
Let us now move on to urban areas. Paula Garcia Santos is going to talk about green transformation in stencil cities. And she's going to talk about how important this is for the improving the type of life. This green transformation is a change in urban and peri-urban areas and the local resources so as to promote cities, to promote living in cities as being beautiful. Good morning. On behalf of Sensil, I would like to thank the organization for the kind invitation to participate in this area. And I do apologize for my like almost like Portuguese. How can we connect with Sensil? We are a network of cities, and how to change, to manage this change, green change, so to say. Cities change over time, namely as regards the urban framework and meshwork. Most cities, of course, changed over time, namely because of development of vehicles. And we get cities that are more gray, so to say, instead of the peri-urban areas which are usually greener or more colorful. So how can we connect cities with nature? Cities are transformation areas, areas for change and opportunity, and we as architects can be committed with this reconnection with nature, trying to devise better solutions. And of course, that can happen through changing the facades or the ceilings or the roofing of buildings. But it's not only a matter of how to reconnect, it's why to reconnect. And why is that important? It's important because of health concerns, namely mental and physical concern. And through this, we can improve the overall condition of the whole city. We need also to preserve or to make sure that we keep the natural heritage and make sure that we get connected with the different ecosystems. And that's only the way we can actually reconnect with that, because they are fundamental. I mean, nature is fundamental, as well as also to connect with the different diversity in the environment. How can we change then? We can, how can we change into green? This can be seen from both the network and the development each city wants to have for them. Is 3 Spanish and 6 Portuguese. We have a transborder cooperative. We have a connection between northern central Portugal and Castilla and Leon. We have been working since 2013 in different cooperation projects, many of which are linked to environment and to the green change of cities. And we can, through this line, we can identify different national and international initiatives, namely the green impact of local authorities, also Bahaus, and the development of cities that are neutral in terms of environment. This connection has to focus on nature for climate reasons. Now, how can we actually implement this? First and foremost, you have to know the city and the territory. So and we have to identify the climate features of each territory. We have to identify natural resources and morphology. And so we realized that with taking all these into account, we could work as a bioregion and see what were the problems to creating this bioregion. Of course, we had to then take the second step, which is identify risks and opportunities, vulnerabilities, and the tools that might be made available so as to produce the guidelines. Last but not least, we had to act according to common principles and guidelines for better sustainability, more inclusion, for aesthetical. We have to consider all the elements that we had. We have a green corridor from the Central Meseta in Spain, and then you get all the way to the Atlantic through Figueira da Foz and Aveiro. For this, we developed a common strategy that would enable us to work and put together all these parts of the puzzle in an integrated manner. So then we developed all those guidelines, and then that's how we went into acting according to the principles of Bahaus. What we wanted to attain with this project is to take advantage of the different skills and specific features of each cities, is to develop pilot projects so that similar cities or other cities can actually transpose those examples, that pilot project into their own cities, so as to mitigate negative impacts of development. So, what are the projects that we're developing now? This is another part of the Satétile network. We have a number of initiatives that are putting in place. We have to consider actions that are grounded on nature, also the actions on the sustainability or reconversion of the vegetal cover, and the renaturalization of the urban environment. Furthermore, we have the smallest municipality is working on the water streams leading to the Coa River. And we are also identifying common spaces for citizenship where nature can be respected, and at the same time convey all this example and raise awareness of, amidst the community. In Viseu, for example, we've also worked on rehabilitating and recovering the green coating, so to say, of that area. See what are the varieties that require more water than usual. This can be replaced by other species that will require less water, and by so doing we will release, so to say, or decrease the hydric demand on that region. And we want to make sure that this green area is linked to the city and carrying out a work of promoting the natural flora in that particular area. In this area, we have a very degraded part of the city, which is with the house facades very degraded. But we want to create, to refurbish, so to say, these cities, and to Also, at the same time, promote or create a kind of meeting points, meeting areas in these green areas. Say the one on the right-hand side. You see that we have a more intense green area, but it little by little they get connected with the city. As I said, water is very important for cities, whether we're talking about inland cities or coastal cities.
Pero también
We also have to consider that in many cases there is the danger and the risk that seawater levels are going to increase, and that will jeopardize those areas. We need to reduce the impact of such potential events in our urban meshwork. And also at the same time try to revert the bad actions that that were actually put in place by human beings. Also, we have also created, and that's a project managed by Coimbra, to create a network of green areas and peri-urban areas so as to connect and develop such spaces so as to become or to help our cities become more resilient. And so at the city level, we can also work better to promote thermal conditions in cities. In fact, we're working in a project in Salamanca, analyzing, natural features, so to say, like covering or coating the facades of the buildings in green. So this way we are working on the landscaping, but at the same time on the improvement of temperature. To that extent, we are working towards not only thermal comfort, but will also lead to savings in terms of that would be otherwise used for that coverage. We also consider very important that we get citizens involved. We want to make sure that we have a common perspective and also make sure that companies join in this green transformation. Let me give you the specific example of Valladolid with neutral, environmental neutral city, but they're still working also with the entrepreneurs so as to involve them in this active green change. In order to attain that, we carry out periodical meetings so as to exchange experience and generate new dynamics. And in this particular case, we were visiting Riva Ávida, and we saw how we could extrapolate the solutions that were created here and see how we could bring that into Almeida and other, borderline villages in Portugal. And at the same time, we create more citizenship, the feeling of belonging and citizenship. And this way, we can exchange views, and by so doing, we will be adding and promoting a type of change in mentalities. To conclude, let me tell you that we have the different sensile cities that are all shown here in Portugal and Spain. with cities with culture, with an history, with the feeling of belonging, which are very strong. They are, quite old, but at the same time, we want to show that we are also green, and we are transforming things. So we want to involve all these aspects and take them all on board. Thank you very much for your attention.
Sim, agora sim.
So we're running 30 minutes late, so I'll have to be bad and try to recover some of this time. So I'll ask the audience whether they have a question for the members of this panel. Please. I'd like to know, please, whether any of the present, but starting with Professor Helena in Serralves, if they use glyphosate in their gardens. Is Professor Helena Freitas still with us? Would the other speakers like to answer? Yes, I will say with a resounding no. No. Any other question? So I'd like to propose the following. We'll have a 10-minute coffee break. If you wish to share some comments or ask our guests some questions, you would use the 10 minutes of the coffee break to do it, please. So see you very soon.
dos Arquitetos e a sua Direção Regional do Centro, a Comissão de Coordenação e Desenvolvimento Regional Centro e a Câmara Municipal do Fundão.
Minhas senhoras e meus senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We need to resume our conference.
aos vossos lugares. Muito obrigada.
Well, thank you for taking your seats.
Terminada a primeira mesa,
Now, the roundtable number 1 is now over. So let me call the Deputy Director of the Architects Association, Mr. Paulo Turgal, and she's going to introduce the next speaker.
peço-vos, por favor,
Once again, please take your seats. We need to get started with the Young Architect Conference. So let me give the floor to to Architect Paula Turgal. She's going to introduce the next speakers. Well, good morning. We needed to get started. That's why I'm speaking a bit louder. Those still taking coffee, please. Okay.
Mais uma vez, bom dia.
Once again, good morning. The President of the Architects Association, can you please take your seat? Let me start by greeting all the representatives of entities here, and also the President and the Deputy President of the International Council of Architects of Portuguese language of Portuguese Association, who in the meantime have joined us. Let me also greet the colleagues and friends, and a brief introduction. New European Bahaus was a challenge that was launched to us at the beginning of our mandate. We thought that this should take place in the central region, more specifically in Fundão, and enjoying university, industry, technology, education, and the insurance of multidisciplinary approach, which is a basic element of Bauhaus. We have today Joanna and Katarina, and they're going to introduce Mass Lab. And on the other hand, we're going towards the end. We're going to have the representative of the office, Carrilho da Graça. Mass Lab is a project that devises solutions for different changes. Created in 2016 in Porto by 3 architects. They have developed an approach that affect women and the planet in the near future and tries to devise solutions for a better future. Now it involves a multidisciplinary and multinationality approach based on a multitude of perspectives. Mass Lab has managed to attract international attention, namely through the awarding of prizes in Finland and Denmark, also in the Portuguese market, and it has also been awarded a number of awards. Let me draw the attention for the 2 resident students in Porto and Guimarães, and more recently the housing project in Basílica da Estrela in Lisbon and in Almada. Also, they're developing in Helsinki a complex which will include an hotel and a new TV channel in the industrial area. The most important topic, however, is the following. There is no doubt that for this team, architecture is not only a profession but rather a passion. So let me start by challenging you with some questions. So, considering the future, what are the priorities you think are needed for architecture and for the world? So what is your forecast for the future of architecture? You being, you know, a young architecture workshop, how are you going to challenge, to face the challenges that lie ahead? So this is all for the time being.
Olá, bom dia a todos. Obrigada.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here. I'm Katarina, and I'm with Joanna. We are members of Mass Lab, and of course, we would like to start by thanking Paulo Turgal for the introduction, and also to the Architects Association for this opportunity to come and be with you. Mass Lab is an office an office in Porto. Soon we're going to have a branch in Lisbon. We work mainly in architecture and related areas. Here we are. Our workshop or the group started in 2016 with Lourenço, Diogo and Duarte, these 3 young men here. After some international experiences, they decided to come back to Portugal. They decided to create Mass Lab in Portugal. And so that's where we started and how we started. After 8 years, we are a lot. We have a new office in Porto. Would like to invite you to come and join us. And here we see a bit of future. We see a lot of architects, many different architects. Half of our team are foreigners. English is our mother tongue, at the office, of course. And this multicultural diversity represents a wealth for all of us. You have people with many different backgrounds and from different walks of life, and so they manage to bring together new approaches, new looks over architecture in a way that obviously in Portuguese only, could not look at all that the same way. And so here we are now talking about the future. Of course, it's impossible to talk about the future without considering what is taking place right now. Construction sector is accountable for 40% of carbon emissions, and of course the resources that we need for this future are finite, or nature cannot regenerate them as swiftly as we deplete them. We have a population in different cities, and the people from cities are, in many cases, sort of shoved back to peripheral areas, and that can lead to exclusion. We are well aware of the fact that these events change the world, change the way we see the world, and the way we live in it. And as architects, of course, this will have an impact on how we work. That is why in MassLab, we have a specific goal, that is to imagine and design spaces to improve the quality of life in approach, putting on the same plates of the scales both people and the planet. And by so doing, I think that we can change the way people live, and as a consequence, we can change the world and create a new world. The underlying principles are actually materialized in a practical manner. This is our approach. An approach that we came from the interactive process. I mean, it's not like a linear process. So basically, we have a dynamic, we'll follow a dynamic process. We have a problem, then we check different solutions, analyze them, get back, and so on and so forth, so until finally we can devise the best solution to solve the problem, both for our client, for society at large, and for the planet. This means that we generate a lot of ideas. We are many in our office, so all those involved in the creative process, of course, develop their own ideas. It's not, the work is not carried out only by the three founding members, so the result is a lot larger than that. We, in fact, generate thousands or hundreds of ideas, and through that system we can create different solutions, all of them valid and important. Since this is the case, and since there is an horizontal structure that makes it so that each collaborator can be a source of a good idea, so how can we measure then the ones that are actually the best amongst the best, or the ones that are not so good, so that we can finally present that to our client? And so this is how we started creating things. And this is a different way of actually doing architecture, meaning we always try to quantify what can be done through a set of hypotheses and interactions, all of them possible. we exhaustively analyze the different measures that will be needed for the project, either because they are to comply with the city master plan or any limitations, and at the same time as to meet the needs of the client. And so we have this classification, and in red, I mean, we give a color code to different features. The place where the project is going to take place, the number of apartments if we're talking about housing, and all of this is measured and is then placed on the different plates of the scales. So we have different colors on the top because that these involve the merging or the merging of ideas that get better when put together. Then we get the hypothesis, and then we decide that in the quick photo typing. We create 3D models in a swift manner. And this also helps us a lot because the team can work on projects, and they don't have to work on these models. So we have different models, then we can use them with our client. We show pros and cons and see sometimes models that can be held in your hand. And then you have the phototyping of larger parts, and so we get a reliable result with very nice visual results, and they are visually appealing. And this helps the client understand better what we are proposing. But also, it's also important for our stakeholders. I mean, we're talking about municipalities.
De arquitetura.
Different entities that may be involved. By understanding our idea is better conveyed through these models. At any rate, we go beyond the models. So, when we talk about efficiency, and we want to be efficient, and BIM, the Building Information Modeling, is also very important for this. And at the same time, we use parametric design. Parametric design is a programming tool which we resort to create scripts or prompts of artificial intelligence, meaning through dealing or delving with some parameters, we get different results. We have a colleague, Rodrigo, who develops these scripts adapted to our reality. And we see a script that was developed by him, and then he then teaches us how to work with this. And then we analyze, the gross construction area, and all the different features which are then optimized by this script. This then helps us, and once we get, to an idea that pleases us all, then we we go on with different technology, with high evolutionary solving, which optimizes the different layers of the sea, or the slabs. Knowing or see exactly how many slabs we need in order to get environmentally or temperature more efficient. We then analyze the impact of shade that may be created. Internally, we analyze also the light of sun to see how much of that area is going to exposed to the sunlight. Besides all these softwares which we use, which actually facilitate our work, we have different topics that are important here. It's as if they are key ideas, meaning the different perspective of the projects we work in. Meaning, beyond or besides considering a specific work for a specific context, and whether that we're talking about housing, a block of apartments, or any other project, there are issues that are cross-cutting and that relate with environmental, economic, and social context. So we take them into our ideas. Here we are sharing with you one of most recent projects is the housing of controlled price housing, and the municipality of Lisbon. And we are now continuing the project with the Urban Institute, the Urban Lisbon Institute, and we also worked with different directorates and national and regional departments, so as to make sure that we would get all the agents and stakeholders involved. As I said, this project is in Lisbon, very close to the center. It's very close to a basilica and a convent, so that's protected heritage. Part of the rehabilitation is an old military hospital which underwent different processes and rehabilitation works throughout. Now it's no longer being used. It's walled all around. So those who actually walk around that place, they look at that wall and have no idea of what may lie beyond that wall. We have some unused buildings with a lot of potentials that you see that on the left side, the left side building. So the idea is to make sure that we connect to the neighboring historic building. So we thought that it would be very important to create this qualified public space, and at the same time create the price-controlled housing. So we started with a paved or pedestrian-only boulevard, so to say. Besides that, create three buildings, three housing buildings, one covering two of the area, plus one that is separated but is also in that public space. This public space also encompass a common area and a small park. This image illustrates what I was telling you, that is, this willingness to activate this ground floor. And going back to the key ideas that we wanted to bring in, is to consider public before you go for the private area, but we wanted to create a kind of continuum between inner and outer areas. Because we believe that it makes sense to actually get these two perspectives together. This is kind of a boulevard, pedestrian only in the future. So make sure that there will maybe be a lane for cars, but we want an area for soft use, so to say, that is for pedestrians. This is the oldest way human beings have moved, so we have to consider that. We have upper side São Ciro, and downside is more towards the river. So we get this quite important slope in here, and we have to be careful in order to make sure that when we design the paths for the pedestrian. Here is the plaza. The plaza, which is the name of the project of the arch. What is the arch? The arch is an arch that's near the basilica that somehow is aimed at welcoming people visiting the basilica. That is why we decided to keep it open without any event, but then it will certainly be welcoming events, for example, concerts, or maybe even a conference like this one we're in today. So that can be organized in that area. Here we have the level that goes in a slope and or an elevation that has to be taken into account for the plaza that is built there. And then we get the garden, the Basilica garden, as we call it. And unlike the plaza, which is sort of more even, in the garden we have a different idea to get a more hybrid area with different types of space, so that people can actually be more isolated, or they can play with kids, or just sit and read a book. You know, that's the director of Serralves Foundation in Porto said the nature is beautiful to be contemplated and to sit down and unwind, particularly in the center of a big city. Now, let me concluding the designing of public before private. Well, this summarizes the idea of how important it is to promote proximity in a neighborhood or in a specific area. Avelino was talking about the 15-minute cities, so have things closer to us. But in order for that to happen, we need to have space. Connection to people can only happen if we promote, if there are spaces where that can happen. Besides that, there are other features that I would like to draw your attention for. The idea of having a more sustainable lifestyle. You can look at this project. The idea of understanding the cycles of the buildings, which is something that has been so important for architecture. So the idea of understanding the cycle of the different buildings. This particular building was used for a number of many of things in the past, and like the life cycle assessment, we also have to have the people assessment. If you think of yourselves how you were 10 or 15 years ago, and in the future how things are going to go. Families change, change all the time, so we need to make sure that houses somehow are flexible enough for, so that they can be adapted or adaptable to new lifestyles. To conclude, let me talk about sustainability. That sustainability linked to construction techniques. In here, what we have, I mean, the size of each facade as a reason for, for being. Also, likewise with the construction method, we get panels, we get arches and openings. This is very important. Not only for the quality of the project, but also for costs entailed. And of course, I mean, we also consider costs as an important parameter for any work. We have heard about different projects, but also about different timing. So because we have pre-made panels, this will make construction time faster and easier. I think we're being kicked out. So let me just conclude. Let me tell you that this is a maquette, a model, sorry, that is now in an exhibition at the Lisbon Cultural Center. And would like to actually invite you to go visit these models, I mean, not only ours, but as many, many others. To conclude, we're not making a manifesto. The idea of being more sensitive to people and the planet is very important, full stop. And answering to the question, Paula asked, this is the approach that makes sense not only for the project I shared with you, but many others that we can discuss either today or some other time. So we are designing for a hopeful future, and our question is, what are you doing? We want to cooperate with you. We want to build a better future. Thank you.
Peço desculpa pela pressão.
I apologize for the pressure. We're running very late, so now we'll have the second panel. Our belonging space now. Which space? Locally or worldwide? This is the topic for our second panel, and I would like to call Professor José António Bandeirinho, Paulo Estrada, and architect Leonardo Ramires. Architect Paul Silva will be moderating. He is a professor at the Masters in Regional and Urban Planning at the University of Aveiro.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning. This is good afternoon. I'd like to thank you for your presence. I'd like to thank the hosts of this event and wish you a very good couple of days' work. So we're now discussing the value of space articulated with local and global contexts. We're going to have José António Bandeirinha, who's going to speak first, then Paulo Estrada, and on my left, and Leonardo Ramirez on my right. So let's listen to architect José António Bandeirinha. He's a full professor at the University of Coimbra. He has been researching on the revolutionary period after 1976 in architecture. So I'll let you know when you have a minute to finish. Good afternoon to all of you. I'd like to greet this initiative of the Architects Association. Thank you for having invited me. I'd like to greet the president of the Architects Association, my colleagues in this panel. I'd like to greet everybody present. It's my honor to be here at Fundão. Fundão, as Paulo Fernandes said, and I had the opportunity to listen to him. Fundão is a symbol of what I'm going to talk about, or what I hope to be able to talk about in 10 minutes. There is a set of references that I'm now setting up. It's not only about housing, but it has to do that rather with cities. So I was asked in the academic environment when we were listening to PhD students discussing their PhD questions and topics. They were mentioning, one of them mentioned a city, and I was asked to define city, and was terrified because the city lives with us for almost as long as the planet. So for us, our nature is also urban. It's an urban nature, which is as natural as the planet, but we have to not let it detract the planet. But we don't have to forget about what it is and its meaning for us as human condition. There are millennia. We know that there have been cities since the Neolithic period. There are cities with 14,000 inhabitants in the Neolithic age. So, and up to the Industrial Revolution, there's always been relationships of balanced complementarity between cities and what we call nature. So it's this size. We have 150 years of Industrial Revolution where these relationships changed with the creation of suburban areas, etc. But the other time in the humanities time scale was a time for living in nature and with nature. And sometimes we often, either voluntarily or involuntarily, are blaming cities and transforming them and taking off of them things that are virtues, to say that we're saving the planet. These cannot be. We have to have a completely different mindset concerning cities. The need for filling cities with green spaces exists in a relatively large quantity of metropolises, which are relatively dense and whose inhabitants have to work for miles and miles to be able to breathe in a park. But the proximity of parks and the possibility that we have of articulating them or articulating new urban parks with more urban density should not limit us, should not make us be a reason to blame us or to blame town planners for what is happening. So this made me think about an ontology of cities that is discovering the identity of cities. When we get ready in the morning, shave or comb our hair, we're thinking about what's happening with our hair, with our beard, etc., how to fix your hair, etc., but no one says define hair. No one says define beard. We know what they are. So why are we asking ourselves to define city? So not to take up too much of our time, I didn't bring any pictures or slides to save time. So I was thinking about remembering two books from my youth. One has to do with my political education as a young man, and the other has to do with my architecture education as an architect. So one of them was written by a Catalonian, Oriol Boligas. It was quite new at the time, against one adjectivized architecture. One argument in this book is very interesting. At the time, he had two types of students. The book is not from 1969. So two types of students separated. On one side, there were those who were intensely concerned with the ability of architecture to act socially and politically, and they were necessarily frustrated because architecture in itself doesn't act directly, but there are circumstantial aspects of architecture, and the city is one of them. But these are not direct phenomena. We're not working in architecture and thinking about those for whom we're working, but there is no architecture with a direct political connotation. In itself, architecture is not political, but its use is. On the other hand, the students who were concerned about marketing, the market, they had the need for architecture to give a consumerist response to this market, and they were separated. But the author said they are equal. Both students, both groups are the same. They are not focusing on the ontological essence of architecture. We must go back to it, and leaving aside the social diffusions, of course not forgetting them, but not focusing obsessively upon them, because that is not architecture. The other book is from Raoul Vanegan, an international socialist thinker, who wrote an older book in the 50s called Basic Banalities, where we focus on the importance of what is banal and what banality are in political activity. And in this book, it says something, let me see if I can find it. He questions and asks, why did St. Augustine combat Manichaeists, those who separate good from evil, those who had this wall between one thing and the other? So why did he fight them? And Vanagan explains, he liked to ask questions and give you the answers. It's because St. Augustine was aware of the dangers of the myth, that was the Manichaeist myth, that had only one solution, the victory of good upon evil. St. Augustine knew that these one-way path understood how the contradiction between the mythical and the authentic, genuine life, when it is installed, there is a rupture. Why do I bring these two books? On the one hand, banality in the case of Vanagan's is key to the city. We're losing banality. Banality is itself a concept that has an urban origin. The ban at them is what the suzerain, the aristocratic owner of the city, gave to the citizens, the bourgeois, those who lived in the city. That was the ban. So this is banality. Banal comes from this. So the essence of public space, even before the concept of public space, that comes from 1789 with the French Revolution, and ban is the embryo of urban space, and banality is vanishing from our cities. We are, with this need of ours to classify everything, to mark and brand everything, to give a name that is a market intention rather than an ontological essence. We're creating 15-minute cities, green cities, smart cities, all these concepts that are good in themselves. The problem is when they overcome the essence of good, which is the city. The problem is when they become the good. And I'll be finishing now. Here we're entering into what Vanagan said St. Augustine was afraid of. We are valuing mythical life over authentic life. So we're also placing mythical life of the city over authentic life. So that's why I must define city. And we're not okay if we have to define city. So thank you for sharing these thoughts on the lack of meaning of the word city and the concept city. So now I'll give the floor to our second speaker from Sofalca, Paulo Guilherme Fraga. He is responsible for the design area of this company.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I do not have DR in my title, but let me, I represent in fact Sofalca, and thank you very much to the organizing the organizing committee for the kind invitation, and also to those who organized this space where we're in. This is 10 years of the work that Sofalca did. That's the coating all these walls with cork. Let me tell you that in 10 years that there was no treatment or no rehabilitation at all, no renewal at all. This shows you or tells a lot about how durable this material is. Problem with the slides. So this is Sofalca. This is a national road number 2. All the greens around are cork oak trees, and you know that this is plantation is augmenting. But we've started in 1966, and we can produce 46,000 meters of coke processing or cork processing, or cubic meters. I mean, we work with black cork, isopor. I don't know if I can underline these aspects, the speaker says. So this is expanded cork. Is not the best part of the oak cork. It's rather the cork of the small branches that we can cut, and the remains of the kind of slabs, cork slabs that we take the bottle corks from, and we at the same time produce the separation of waste. In the past it used to be called waste, and now is called biomass. So we are celebrating one of the first companies in the cork sector that actually uses biomass. We are 95% self-sufficient in terms of energy, and with the production of biomass, we can transform water into steam at 400 degrees. At the same time, we have the photovoltaic panels that enable us to optimize this production. We produce about 3 kilos of CO2, or we prevent that. Here we have an autoclave. So we through steam we can get these blocks, and then of course it creates. I mean, the cork grows with the steam. It releases the sap it has, and then it works like a kind of glue. So with this chocolate color that stems from temperature. The product is 100% recyclable at the end of the life of the product, and this decision of when this is done is decided by the owner of the work, because it's eternal. Cork is done, and the grains can be used for other products or side products like the light walls, and now when we talk about this eco-friendly, I mean, you see, cork does not need to be replaced. So we are not consuming or using any natural resources. Let me tell you that any cubic meter of cork holds 460 meters of CO2, and this CO2 is actually kept like a prisoner, so to say, in the product. So a building like this can actually imprison, how to say, 14 million cubic meters of CO2. Portugal actually produces 40% of the world production, 55% of the cork production. We have a sizable production here in Penhas Douradas, not far from here. Of course, it grew old, but what happened was just the sort of the color faded away a bit. Some parts are darker, others not. Here we have, you know, the coating can either be then recovered or not. You can work from 80, minus 80, or minus 180 centigrade till plus 120 degrees Celsius. So this remains the lambda of 0.48 or so without losing any features. The fact that it's eternal, it's greener because in 30 years I don't need to replace the building material, so it will be here forever. And then we can make these beautiful things. You can use that as a nice insulation material and a coating material. We see that cork does not melt, so to say, with rain or water. In fact, it sort of leads or gets the water can be channeled for any deposit. Of course, the construction system will have to make sure that the water doesn't you know, get into the house, does not leak into the house. So here we have different examples of what we can do with cork. Of course, you all may have. Here, this is a wave cork developed by Miguel Arruda. About 10 years ago, we decided we needed help, and so we contracted two designers. And because we are a family company, with Tony Grillo, we developed the black cork. I mean, you can see this furniture. That's quite resistant. So these are artistic pictures. Massive cork and or very solid. And then we also created Gen cork. The idea is to merge the old and the new, the technology with scripts. This has already been discussed here today. We already have all that materialized in these cork panels. Gen for the name came as generation. That's and generative design. And let me also show another something we have. So this is in Porto, 150 square meters with and no flake of this cork is equal to any other. This is a vector cork, and this was a provocation I made to Brina Silva. This is the effect that the wood nuts develop in the cork, in the cork tree itself, and so that was our developed. This was in London last year with cork on the floor, gen cork outside. The environment that we have, the sound, the odors, and this is just to show you the partnerships with other companies, Italian brands. We wanted to get the future today. Here is in London, is Zadid. This can be done whatever you want in expanded cork. And here AI and here the idea of looking at the planet with a different vision. 50% is artificial intelligence and 50% is human intelligence. So we can mix the two. And let me tell you that I prefer the human version. We could do that. We could do that without repeating anything. And this was launched in Paris. It's a cloud with 3-meter diameter. And this is, in our factory. I'm here, I'm there in the picture, but we like to see what we have around us, and we are all welcome to visit us in where we are. Thank you. Let me now give the floor to Leonardo Ramirez, who is going to talk about his experience regarding housing in social context.
Good afternoon to all of you. First, I'd like to thank you for the invitation and to greet everybody present as well as the entities responsible for this event. I'm Leonardo Ramirez. I'm going to talk about my research. I've written a master dissertation and now I'm following different ways. It has to do with vulnerable interventions in vulnerable territories. And maybe I'll start without the slides. My research is based on the national program Healthy Neighborhoods, and it's a good example of good practices, how we're using public money to build a new future and redesign priorities as we've been discussing. So this was a program It is a national program in the context of the pandemics in 2020. Maybe I should wait for a bit, the speaker says.
Pronto, deixa eu ver se está a passar. Sim.
Pronto, como estava a dizer, intervenções espaciais em territórios vulneráveis, o programa Bairros Saudáveis. Aqui as partes da apresentação, vou falar brevemente uma introdução, então bairros saudáveis, os casos de trabalho, casos de estudo e as considerações, que eu acho que é o mais importante para o evento. O bairro saudáveis, na verdade, me foi apresentado, caiu um bocado, enquanto ainda no 4º ano de universidade, nos foi proposto para sermos estudantes de arquitetura voluntário para um projeto Bairros Saudáveis de espaço público, com dinheiro público. Ficamos assustados e decidimos mergulhar. E foi então que pesquisamos, em conjunto com diversos professores da Universidade da Beira Interior, nomeadamente a professora Rita Ochoa, e temos já a publicação na Trienal de Arquitetura de Lisboa sobre alguns dos nossos estudos. Esse, então, são um dos painéis feitos para...
On some of our studies, these are some of the panels for the Trienal exhibition.
Os focos, a má qualidade dos espaços em territórios vulneráveis, sejam eles públicos ou privados.
The focus is bad quality in these public spaces, and we wish to know how to use public policies to fight this low quality.
Temos então a contextualização do programa, explorar os efeitos.
So we wish to understand how the program worked and then connect the space to the program. Then we analyze the participatory presuppositions, and we studied social architecture and developed a methodological reflection on how to do it. So these were the official vehicles of the program, interviews with privileged agents, and visits to the places of intervention. There is a strong citizen participation element here. It fights marginalization. We had the Sun in the 70s in Portugal, a revolutionary project which is known worldwide, and then a participatory budget. We had the first in Portugal in about 20 years ago, and in 2016 there was an increase in the budget. So we started in the Lisbon area. We then had the COVID-19 pandemics and the studies of the space, how we deal with space. These studies intensified, and we were interested in the flexibility we were working on based on the concept of urban acupuncture from a Brazilian architecture. So this was a sort of tactical urbanism. The program is supervised by Elena Rosetto. There was 614 submissions, 1.7 submissions by a vulnerable territory. Then we have the mapping in Portugal, Lisbon, with more vulnerable territories. And then we analyze all the submissions and try to analyze and create a parallel of how spaces were being created in this ambit. So there was a large percentage of space programs. 67% have a direct relationship with space, and most of them with public spaces and built buildings. So we have the center region of the country being one of the most important here. Only 32% of the submissions were approved, and in Portugal we must work with space for the benefit of minorities. I attended some debates, discussions, and visited some territories, namely in Lisbon. Also, this Women and Construction seminar. It was capacity building for women trained in architecture, city issues, etc. It had a strong participation. We have also a project with the Fabula with awareness-raising actions for young people, mental health, connecting space, city architecture, mental health, community baths in the center, Carvalhosa. So this was Rome ethnicity community, and we were able to improve the sanitary level and hygiene of children in these communities. So here at Granja Público, there was this projects. These are all working upon vulnerable territories in Portugal. And then the positive balance of the first phase of the program. We now have a second edition as a final consideration. We have the social inequality that is reflected upon the territory and the urgency of the population reflecting on space and their quality of life. Then public participatory actions to aim at building the future, looking back at the past, and having a more fraternal social and political architecture. This is a sentence from Jacobs. Inert and monotonous cities, they are responsible for their own destruction, but they have the energy to find solutions outside. So this is Dona Maria. She is using the public space around her house, and I think this statement or this suggestion is important. Think global, act local, and act global too. Thank you.
Muito obrigado pela sua.
Thank you for your intervention. The organization tells me that there shall be no Q&A now, but we have three apparently very diverse presentations, but which reflect the challenges of cities, from big emptiness, which is happening persistently, to the challenges that overcome these more pressing demographic issue, which is the environmental and the social aspects or elements. So again, I thank the three speakers, and my wish is for very fruitful 2 days.
Muito obrigada. Lamentamos a todos.
Well, thank you very much. We're sorry for the delay, but we need to get back by 2 p.m. Thank you. We're starting with the third round table on architecture, art, and sustainability locally, worldwide, both? Question mark. Let me try and call the members of this panel: architect Dalila Dias, Paula del Rio, and Luis Rebelo, and engineer Isabel Costa. Moderator will be Rita Ochoa. She's a university professor at the University of Beira Interior, and she's a member of the research group in City, and she's a coordinator of the project Intermittent City, the final award at the Triennial of Architecture in Lisbon in 2022. And she's also a member of the Association of Women in Architecture. And is also a collaborator of Branca, the architecture magazine. The floor is yours. Good afternoon and welcome. Let us start this afternoon session, which is going to focus on architecture, art and sustainability locally, worldwide, or both in question mark. Just like we did this morning, let us try and continue our discussions focusing on the urban challenges that are now very clear and we have to face with. And let us see what values can we actually bring together in order to pursue or to continue living and working in a city that will be at the same time attractive, but and also to balance, the living in a city and nature. Let me then give the floor to Dalila Dias, is the executive director of the historical villages in Portugal. She's got a lot of experience in local development, focusing on low-density territories and transborder territories. Dalila, well, let us then follow, some nice dynamics. Well, first and foremost, good afternoon, and thank you for the kind invitation. It is, of course, my honor to be able to share a project on a topic that is very dear to me and very important in the field of Bahaus, as my colleague already underscored by my colleague Simão. That is the work developed in the sustainable development at the local level. Bauhaus considers two worlds: the world of technology and the world of art and culture. So you need to merge these two levels, focusing on people, and of course you need to of course use your creativity to actually continue. And this because we're talking about with very specific heritage, classified heritage. The first thing that comes to mind in terms of refurbishing a village, of course you cannot do that in the sense that you cannot change what is the heritage and what is protected, but on the other hand you have to consider the improvement of living conditions of local populations. So we'll focus on the interests and the quality of living of local population, but try and balance that with the principles of Bahaus. Now, of course, you have the sustainable development objectives. We have a number of other stakeholders and other important documents like the Agenda 2030, as well as all the issues that are at stake at the world level. To protect heritage. So let me start with a brief presentation of what we've been doing at these historic villages and also with or under the Bahaus project. Okay, now for those of you who are not familiar with the 12 historic villages in Portugal, our network is basically in the border area in the central region, and then we also have other elements, and this is the very center of the country. We have, you can see Portugal and Spain here, and one of the most important inflows from Spain in Madrid that comes for us. But we have been working with our neighbors in Spain, in Cáceres, because obviously joint work will certainly bear better fruits and more fruits, particularly when it comes to the historic villages. Of course, cities are very important, but villages are also very important at the European level. With all the work that we've managed to develop, included a number of sectors. This started back in 1994. And all the intervention that was carried out in terms of urban life, basic infrastructure, and so on and so forth, subsequently led to other areas. We're talking about a territory that has needs, that has specificities, and we need to consider, for example, tourism as a sustainable activity and not a massive activity. So we focus on these 5 axes. 2 of them are core, namely cultural tourism, gastronomy and wines, and then being active and nature. And then you have other type of activities for conferences, corporate, that is the MICE, and then you have health and well-being, which somehow enables us to carry out complementary work of the other fields. Our activity is not limited by the base work carried out with the populations. You need to add other layers. You're talking about a very competitive industry. Why would they be attracted by historic villages? Well, of course, you have to first start with sustainability, and starting with recognition and documentation. Consider connectivity. We have a multi-layer approach. We work with different incentives and community funds and also funds from the private sector. The private sector, namely that recognizes that this is very important, both for in terms of business, but also from the social standpoint. Of course, if we want to make the digital transition, then you have to create the right conditions, and that includes creating and setting up optic fiber network in all those areas. Besides this, we have to consider also inclusion. We have to have inclusive and sustainable villages. This may sound as something undoable in an historical village, but we have to be tendentially inclusive, because we cannot be extreme in the sense that we cannot pull down a castle in order to facilitate accessibility. So the idea was we have to reflect on how to make these historic villages more inclusive. We are mostly inclusive, but we also wanted to keep the heritage, the existing heritage for future generations. So what we did was to create a pilot project in order to help us understand how how we can actually have an improvement in living conditions, but at the same time having not having a negative impact in terms of environment. Of course, this work was only possible thanks to the participation of residents and local agents, as well as local visitors, because then others will come because of the competitive advantages. This has been an example of success, because we managed to also balance mobility, namely through the creation of, train trips and railways leading to different areas. So we managed to transform these cities in a city of interest for many people, including for the attraction of new people. Of course, another important turning point was 2016, and of course this was very positive because it led to a sizable improvement in the living conditions of the populations. So we created different focus groups and several awareness-raising sessions so as to understand what people wanted for their regions in the future. So we have two levels. We have you have the value that people assign to the environmental and the landscape, homogeneity, and so on and so forth. And then a second level that relates to mobility and events with the visitors and so on and so forth. For the 2030 strategy, we identified four smart approach areas. We already have tourism, and we added several others. In fact, the historic villages has managed to be able to attract many industries, namely related in the field of culture, like television, art, and so on and so forth. But then we also have to go beyond, and we need to see and to identify the right approach to the urban area. Of course, keeping in mind the transformation of the public space. Also keeping in mind that you have to focus on people who live there on a daily basis, and not necessarily on those who only occasionally come and visit. So these are the four main axes of smart specialization. Of course, we need to create a specific team to work on each one of these topics. It's very important that the population at large feel that they are called upon to contribute to their development of their villages. Last but not least, let me give you the example of Bahaus, sorry. And we integrated that. Rui Simão has already mentioned this, but let me just draw your attention to the fact that for Satétile is that there is a need to get the nucleus, the contemporary nucleus, to be more in with the two different nuclei to form one single entity with unity and make sure that the two areas could actually cooperate for the benefit of both parties. This is exactly what we are submitting, in a bid for financing. It's not true that population doesn't care about their region. It's not true. This is a very clear example of how the population feel that they have to participate. Thank you.
Obrigada. Vamos ter agora a apresentação de...
Thank you. We'll now have architect Paula del Rio. She's an architect student at the Architectural School of Madrid. She also started her career as a professor. She's been an assistant professor at DARC, Coimbra, and where she's preparing her PhD dissertation. So with her studio of architects, she'll be talking about this project. Good afternoon. First, I'd like to thank the Order for their invitation and for bringing architects to these issues concerning the European Bauhaus. This is a path that we that we followed in Piodon, one of the historic villages of Portugal. So some of the issues that have been discussed here in terms of architecture. Piodon is the red dot. This is the hydrographic basin of the Alva River. This is a profoundly distant and remote village. That's the big emptiness of the center hinterland of Portugal. This is a very beautiful village. That's why it's a part of the historic villages of Portugal. There is this valley, and the houses are like an amphitheater oriented towards south and west, and it lives of tourism mostly. What we were asked to do was to rehabilitate the square called Manuel António Ferreira. That's the building on the south with it never gets sun. So the request was to requalify the public space and the tourism office. So Piodon was focused on this church, the white building, a parking lot, and this was the entrance to the village. As you can see, It's not just cars. It was a big parking lot with the church on the background, and on the right you have the tourism office. And then also the presence of tourism, which is an important issue. When villages live off this monoculture, there is a big lack of control. Everything is justified through tourism, and the management of public spaces is out of control. So there was this lack of enhancement of public space. There have been improvised added intervention, so this was a residual space where you just to visit the village. As you see here, this was the entrance to your tour, your walking tour through Kyoto. So it's the village itself, which is an attraction with trails, etc. What we proposed to do was, I'm sorry, you can see this is very well. So changing this square with the support of the municipality, transforming this square into just a walking space, and also intervening in the tourism process. The identity dimension and a series of reactions of belonging from the inhabitants, from thousands of tourists and Portuguese people who visit every year. So we discuss these with the inhabitants. We discussed the use of schist, and the intervention in the tourism office was cleaning the space and generating continuity, besides cleaning elements and effects, so as to give shape to this building, to make it recognizable, being an integral part of a new square. So this is the tourism office. The museum really left a totally neutral space to be used by local authorities, so the arrangement was quite neutral, free to be appropriated later, which has occurred by now. The project for the square was seen by us as a discovery of the nature of the square. So we had perhaps not even seen that was a square. So our project does not include any hierarchies. There are no different zones or main directions. What we treated the pavement as a schist sheet, as continuous as possible, because this was sensitiveness was a part of the project, but especially continuous without creating hierarchies, as I explained, without suggesting directions. There is this big circle in the area where you have trees standing, and that's a way of forming a centrality in the middle of the square. But this is quite soft. It's not imposing, and it's differentiated. This is the surrounding. This is different from the surrounding space. This is a picture of works. This was a soft intervention rehabilitation, reorganization, fine-tuning elements, and almost invisible architecture. This is the facade of the tourist office. The most important parts cannot be seen here, which is a system to manage rainwaters. This is a booklet. So there is this original training system. And we did almost nothing here. The elements are rehabilitated and repositioned, and the spaces belong to people. So this is the entrance where cars cannot go into. With a net to those cherry trees, which with time will contribute to give shape to the central area below the original trees, and then help create the filter in this opening between the road and the square. They're not a whole in itself anymore. It now has limits and becomes a square. So this was a surgical operation. We had these benches. We negotiated with the cafes, homogenization of the furniture, and this created a space for people. So we were very lucky to have our project recognized by the Whole Foundation. We were shortlisted for one of the most important awards in Europe. This is a very small-scale operation, a very thorough one, and it shows sensitivity towards a way of understanding identity and relationship with the heritage, the cultural heritage, which is extremely delicate, and architecture is able to live in the public space and the relationship with people and their heritage. Really, and I reach my conclusion, largely thought what we think works here is that everything has been redone, everything was rebuilt. It's different, but it looks like it's always been like this. So thank you for your attention.
advantage. I used to build 400 but there is no future for construction with that material. Another important topic that which is also being discussed elsewhere is to forbid air conditioning in housing. Why? Because you know, air conditioning is fantastic. You can regulate everything. You don't even need to have good construction, because the air conditioning will do the trick. I mean, it can either heat the space or cool the space. So you don't need any specific techniques for insulation, because we can resort to that. Or PVC is also very good for construction, because there is no maintenance required. No, it's better to put aluminum, but the issue is that you have to replace it, whereas wood requires maintenance, but they last longer. So when we talk about sustainability, we have to consider these topics very seriously, and in such a manner so as to ban them from construction. You have to create, you know, better alternatives in terms of construction, because the most important is not to have fabulous systems to solve the problem, the thermal problem in a building, and to use equipment to regulate it. The most important is that you need to build them in such a manner that you won't need any further supplements, so to say, to keep you know, good temperature. I remember there is a house, iconic house in Alcácer do Sal, south of Lisbon, which is self-sufficient. Let me tell you that I'm still irritated about one specific issue at that, which has to do with batteries. That has to do with photovoltaic batteries. So it's a totally self-sufficient house. So no air conditioning is needed. We just resorted to effective ventilation and efficient ventilation and radiant floors. So we are now trying to connect that to the public network so as to do away with the batteries, because that is going to be the nightmare in the future. Batteries in the world are going to be a nightmare, because they've already proved not to be a final solution. So we should not follow that path. So this is basically what I wanted to draw your attention to, and give you some food for thought. A special word for architects, because if we manage to do away with these architectural solutions and problems, we would be forced to build better, more quality, and society would be more respectful of our work than it is, because we know that our profession our profession is not recognized as the dignifying profession it is indeed. Thank you.
Então, termino.
So I will now introduce Isabel Costa. She has a degree in food engineering from Porto University. She also studied management and marketing research. She has worked for Sonai Distribuição, and she has been a commercial director. She launched in 2011 as an entrepreneur in different projects, amongst which Burel Factory. It's a recuperation of wood factories. They are involved in tourism projects like Hotel da Estrela, Burel Factory, and also in Covilhã, which is being rehabilitated now. So it's a lot of projects, not easy to talk about these very different projects. Thank you for the invitation. This is a project of mine and João's. He's responsible for this project. Is my husband sitting there. We had the first lives. We're now living our third lives, and the second lives we went to live in the mountain and started this project in Penhas Douradas, and he convinced us that it would be the ideal place to live the end of our lives after having lived in big cities. Why Penhas Douradas? It was the first sanatory place in Portugal. Sousa Martins, a doctor, and the place where the first sanatorium were born. So we can compare these in 2011, 2016, our first hotel was Casa das Penhas Douradas. This is just for you to understand the context of Burel and our textile projects. Some images of the Casa das Penhas Douradas, where we had the privilege of creating Burel items and products. In 2016 it opened. In 2014 Pestanas and Natur decided to sell the São Lourenço Hotel. We also recovered these. We didn't build anything new. And then 2014 we decided we had to save this heritage. It was one of the first Portuguese mountain hotels, and the Casa de São Lourenço was also a project where we used Burel. So it was first used as decoration, and here we made this tribute to two important people, Maria Kale, but this was all about wool. Our projects are called Burel Mountain Originals. It's the most endogenous of products from the mountain. This wool that was the basis of a big industry along the centuries in these Estrela Mountains territory. It had 5,000 inhabitants, 5 factories, so these industries had an important impact on the place. In 2009, we had small projects for creating microeconomic cycles during the crisis of 2008-2011. there was a lot of unemployment. The figures were dramatic. And we discovered Satétile that looked like this. We decided to recuperate and having all the machines, the 19th century machines, back in working conditions again. So we created creative, transformative centers. We're talking about 2010, 2011, and 12. We had new people working. We could move the machines of the ruined factories, and there were still living workers who knew how to work these machines. So we have this knowledge transfer from these people who started working with us, and we have here the new generation. They create life. They have children, they renovate, they bring things in. So it's a team of former residents, children of immigrants, and have specific training. So when we recovered the factory, we decided to work with Burel. Burel is one of the fabrics that is one of the most ancestrals, dating back to the 11th century, and that we could work for decoration and also for interior lining and coating. So we worked with shape, color. They can be used as acoustic objectives. For fashion design, we had this fashion project that we hope is slow fashion, because it's always 100% Portuguese wool, and it's important to say that these wools are local. There are specific varieties of wool from different places. We use them for all sorts of ends. So it's 100% biodegradable fiber with facing a big drama in Portugal. It's not a textile fiber, but it's certainly a building material fiber. So it was important to go from Burel to patterns. We recovered books of patterns. This one dates back to 1959. It's a weaving machine from 24 to 36 needles. And we, of course, trained young people to be able to work with these weaving machines. And we have our shops. This is at Chiado in Lisbon. We innovated by using Burel in interior design projects and architecture. At the beginning, there was a lot of unemployment. It was necessary to create work, to create jobs. So we then continued to have people working. Number of jobs created was a way to assess success. Microsoft, the Welsh Portuguese Football Federation, we cut the three-dimension, the patterns, and when we started doing these three-dimensional projects, we studied the science behind the wool. We have 89 files, and our thick wood, which is considered to be a poor material, but it's one of the richest. So there are all sorts of varieties that can be used as construction material. with technical files, including all sorts of information like energy saving, values, etc. So please, architects, help us save Portuguese wool. We have all sorts of examples of acoustic qualities, what we can do with wools, how wools behave according to one of these factors. Here we're doing composites of wool, recycling everything wool that can be recycled, and we have a certification for this. We had the Monaco as Design Award last year. We do the shearing of the animals, where we select wools, classify and separate them. So we do this shearing, we buy local wools. This is a tribute that we have, and this is all from me. I would have a lot more to say, but most important thing is there are thousands and thousands of tons that are buried, that are burnt, and this is a fantastic fiber. So we all have to get together and save this problem, to solve this problem. This is an agri-product given to us by the animals, and it has great impact on shepherds and cattle raisers. So we have to work towards solving this project. And I think we'll finally have to be able to have a question and answer period. So I give the audience the opportunity to ask questions, to make comments, even on this morning's subjects, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for fantastic presentations. Let me sort of launch a kind of provocation to the architect who spoke before, Mr. Luís Rebelo de Andrade. I share the concerns that you have, and I feel that we are challenged by the fact that you get many villages where you keep the facades simply because the law says so, but then the inside parts are all simply torn apart. And so how do you think this should be done, or this can be addressed? Well, thank you for saying that. I believe we inherited many very good things, and it is indeed a shame to be sort of shoved by globalization. I know all these historic villages, all of them, and I know that many more should be classified as historic villages, not only in Cáceres, but also on the other side of the border of Portugal and Spain, who I visit as often as I can, me and my wife, and we thoroughly enjoy that. It is a shame that these villages are not protected, because you can only be saved from globalization if we keep our identity. Regarding the Burrell wool, let me tell you that it's absolutely unique and fantastic. My father, let me tell you something. My father and my mother had 13 children. They were never rich, but they managed to work very hard, and he managed to actually provide education to all of them. And one thing he always insisted, and my mother insisted, was to purchase quality products. I mean, going to Spain and go Levi jeans and Lacoste T-shirts. And that wasn't for elitism purposes. It was simply because of quality. And in fact, those would pass from generation to generation. I did not have a new piece of clothes to put on until I was an adult, you see. So what the shame is that sometimes we need to, our attention needs to be caught, so to say, by foreigners because we can't see what we have next door. I have to say that I was absolutely amazed at the quality and beauty of the products in the first fashion show using Burrell wool. So we have wonderful things. And I mean, I work in heritage protection. Sometimes all you need is to simply polish and remove the cobwebs or so. I mean, sometimes you have to be very careful what you do with such buildings. Thank you. This is a very, very enriching panel. I would like to ask you to somehow compare that with the mornings, the morning panels, where people seem to be fascinated by artificial intelligence. This is a contrast. I mean, getting old is artificial intelligence and do this and do that, and consider, all the iteration, which is a word I hate. Anyway, of course, what you just said, it's very important, and what the Dalila said, it's fantastic. I mean, it's beautiful to go there, but you have to be careful with how you connect things. You see, because you cannot have the perfectly silent village. You see, so. What do you think? Why aren't things working better? What is your question? All of these are my question, parts of my question. I mean, how can you balance the fibers of Burrell wool and, knowing the way you can rehabilitate and use the waste, which is not waste after all. Now many architects are fascinated by algorithms and AI. But sometimes they go past an historical building, they don't even recognize, they don't even notice it's there. So I think it's important to keep this in mind. And also the importance of the silence in historic villages. Where if you want to connect them and bring them into life, so to say, there is always a danger that that heritage is going to be lost. Well, of course, we need to understand the different situations. In fact, a study was carried out by EU. What is the forecast for rural areas in 2040? And one of the major challenges that we have has nothing to do with modernity linked to AI, but what is in fact at stake is how are we going to intertwine all these elements, meaning how are we going to intertwine the new inhabitants that may be interested in living in those areas, and how are we going to match that with the local identity? But there is also another issue at stake. We need to be extremely careful, and I have no final answer for that. We've been working on that a lot. but we need to understand that once things are done, we have to restart again. Because if we don't bring this duality between modernity and tradition, it's very hard. We have to create sort of limits or boundaries, so to say, to where you can get to, or you cannot go beyond. We have to be very careful. If people want to come just for silence only, then you will have only tourists, not citizens. So, how can you actually balance all these things? So, the issue is the challenge is to be able to balance all this. Let me give you an example. Not too long ago, we saw a young couple who are immigrants, coming, but decided to come back, and they were saying, "Oh, how can you?" It's a French couple that was with them. So, how come you don't have internet in Paris, and I have that here in Satétile? You see. The idea is that whenever you do any change, you have to keep in mind the needs of the population, namely the elderly population. Let me go back to the topic of silence. It's, I mean, the idea is the silence of what is outside. What I've seen is that if you live in a village, and if you have an old house and you got someone who comes and rehabilitate that, the owners and the local population, they understand that the house, because it has been rehabilitated, has increased its value, and so it's for better conditions for people. Now about the burrell wood, wool, I mean. It's a 10-year-old project, which it's only a baby, And basically, we started this project to rehabilitate and give a new life to these wools. Those who better used, the type of fabric that used this type of wool systematically and in a positive manner was to use it to produce burrell, the burrell wood. I used to do this and that and visit architecture and go to industries and so on and so forth, trying to attract people to devise solutions and devise new products. Now, the issue is how can we use wool, which is innovative. I mean, it's you can use that, for example, for insulation, wall insulation, for example. And it's for decoration and for insulation. That requires a lot of wool, and it's not the burrell wool in itself. The idea was of course, the brand, but the most important concern was the use of wool. How can we use that and the fibers and be effective and efficient? What we did with all the different university departments was to actually draw that attention for them. I know that in 20 years maybe we won't be here, but it's important to disseminate the project and involve more people. And if at the end of our lives we realize that we managed to do something, we'll be very happy. Because the wool is not wool. is not mere wool. The wool is, the sheep that actually produce it, the sheep that at the same time clean up the fields and actually fertilize the fields and so on and so forth. So we're talking about a whole chain, so to say. Let me just finish by saying this. Wool used as soil carpeting for farming can help you save 45% of water for irrigation. So this is just one example. So wool is absolutely fantastic. And now it is a problem that we have in Portugal, and we end up having to certify, or burn it. Well, thank you very much. This discussion or debate period is now over. It involved different levels. We talked about the local, national, regional, and involving different entities actually got involved, namely the European Commission. So many questions may still actually be or remain to be answered, but we need to move on. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Peço desculpa.
Thank you. I'm afraid we have to go on. Architectural education as a new way of an integrated cycle. This is the issue for our fourth panel. So I'd like to call Bruno Eurico Neves, Filipe Cunha, and Bruno Ramos. And we have architect Claudia Antunes as a post-graduation in building information modeling. She's an executive director of Stratbin, a member of the Technical Commission for Digital Transition of the Architects Association. She is also a member of the Portuguese Institute for Quality and a regional lead of Women in BIM. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. We have the advantage of being a last panel. A lot has been discussed, but we still have a lot to discover. And that's, I hope, what we're going to do, to discover some curiosities, some of the vision and the opinion of our speakers, to whom I thank for their presence. We're meeting for the first time today. This is one of the big advantages of these types of initiatives. And thank you for having said yes to having this event, hosting this event in Portugal, specifically in Fundão, discussing so many relevant subjects. So thank you for the opportunity. The topic of our panel, this is an opportunity to discuss our ideas. We'll be talking about a new model, a model for teaching model, an empowerment model, a knowledge model associated with architecture. So I'll be informal here, calling you by your first names. We had a small change in our roadmap. We'll start with Eurico, who is a bit busy and so has to leave earlier. So let's start with his presentation. Thank you, Claudia. This is my presentation. So, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you to Fundão, to the Architects Association for having invited me to this panel. I'm an engineer, I'm an electrotechnical engineer, and I work on innovation and technologies. In the last few years, I've been working with this more artistic, creative, and technological elements, and these can have an impact in architecture, in the in education and architecture. Why is this important? Things develop and evolve. I'm in the penultimate threshold of evolution, but the world belongs to more and more to the creative people. So Daniel Ping wrote about this on the conceptual age, the creative era, and he says after an agricultural era where there was an industrial area and then an information area, everything was about controlling data and controlling information. So we're now in an area of soft skills that are everywhere in your mobile phone. So this is no more the information age, but rather an age where we must see what we can do with all that data. So this has implications everywhere, one of them being that market cycles are becoming shorter and shorter. When we think about products and the time it took for them to get to 50 million users, for instance, telephone took 75 years to reach this quantity of consumers, the radio 38 years, the television 13 years, the web 4 years, and the computer game like Angry Birds 35 days. And so we can have products with negative results before being launched. They had reached millions of consumers. Education must adapt to this. We were used to very long cycles where people come to university. 5 years later, they had a degree, and another 5 years later to have a PhD, and after 10, 15 years, they were ready to go to industry and apply this knowledge that they had acquired during this period. So working in research and development and then production and then sales. So this was at a time when products took 35 days to reach the consumers. Now, when we have situation when we need only 35 days, we need a different cycle here. This is the era of ecosystems, and university must occupy this no man's land between society, universities, and industry. We have to combine innovation with creativity right at the beginning of courses and train people and researchers that apply this knowledge within these education cycles in the university, together with funding institutions, investors, technology companies, co-creating with society and developing market products together with industry that will provide these technologies, and then which will then go back to society. This is a more integrated system. And this takes us to the artist-scientist, the creative scientists. We're perhaps going dangerous days, going into dangerous times. So these hybrid models, we're not talking about pure artists or pure scientists, pure researchers anymore. We're talking about someone that uses technology to create, and that can create by using technology. The European Union understands this, and in their support programs, they act accordingly. At the beginning, we had a cycle going from research to product, and for a long time, that was the model, the language of the European Commission, from research to the product. But this is just the first step of a 4 times 100 meter run. And then they understood that they should go from product to first users, first early adopters, and then even further, not just first test users, but the market, and now more and more, and within the horizon, Europe and new European Bahaus, and this mixture between science, technology, and arts has become an important area within the European Commission. So we have the market having an influence on all this. Market influences research, research will bring products to the market, and we have to be able to run this for times 100 meters run, maybe using Obiquel, the Portuguese athlete, in the first leg, and then other athletes. Some quick examples: Vienna has recently seen a project approved within the NEB, and 5 million to transform the slaughterhouse, the old slaughterhouse, into a start center. It will go on in the next 4 years. We partner with the Vienna municipality, and it will also have its role within the Polytechnic School of Vienna, and an important and be an important element. The Metacity, the virtual solutions for real people. So this is a strategy towards metaverse, designing the city, enjoying the services, because this is the inevitable way to go. So in terms of education in architecture, we'll have to evolve shorter cycles, more integration between innovation, technological innovation included, and creative artistic thought. People will say, some people will say no. So Ishman wrote on the rhetoric of reaction, and he'll say there are 3 arguments: perversity, futility, it's not needed, we don't need this, we do this already, and jeopardy, it will destroy the foundations of our society. Despite these ideas evolve, and we'll see some evolution in these areas. Thank you.
Aproveitando este...
Let me take advantage of this 1 minute and a half that we still have. Let me just ask you one question. In a context of innovation and challenges that we'll be facing, what are the opportunities that you identify in the new teaching models? Or I know there are several. I believe that the shorter cycles will certainly make sure that that people are happier because they're expecting results faster. And I believe that it's very important that university places itself in industry, between industry, economy, and the local population. So create the infrastructure and the possibility to create more skills amongst people, not only when they are outside, have completed their course, but also even before that. That is, we needed to get the specific courses. We need to involve industry in the preparation of the syllabus of many areas. Fortunately, the situation is now changing, and you have even the sponsoring by large economies for specific courses. Technology courses require a lot of equipment, and that it's something that costs a lot. But I believe that the university has to continue its important role in innovation, but the linkage between education and university and industry is the perfect marriage, so to say. So there is plenty of opportunities. Thank you very much. Oh, your expression, the world belongs to creative people. Well, of course, there is a need of a supporting net, so to say, for all of this. Thank you.
Obrigada. Ainda apresentei-nos pouco mais com a sua presença. Filipe, agora é consigo.
Filipa, now the floor is yours.
Então, muito boa tarde a todos e a todas.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I'm coming to tell you a bit about a creative teaching system. Let me share with you the idea of Tumo, which is Central for Creative Technologies, is an informal center. And let me, for you to sort of locate you. We initially were in Coimbra, and we used we were given for use the facade or the building of the old post office. And so I'm going to show you how it looks like inside, and the reaction of those who are under 18 and go there to learn, and how they feel when they are in a nice setting, pleasant setting, a nice environment, you know, to actually learn. So let's start with the video.
Bom, agora, exatamente. Agora, será que...
So, let me show you how Tumo works. In Portugal, this is we belong to a non-for-profit association, Tom Sale, and involves it's a project that has to do with School 42 in Lisbon and Porto, and it's an association that is also linked to this type of project. Generally speaking, this was created about 11 years ago. That's what it was created in Armenia, and then it went to Germany, now in Portugal, and for Spain. We all share the same values. We try to create this learning space, which is totally different from what the kids and the youngsters are used to. So when we are not talking about the methodology of learning, but also the space, involvement, and all the different details that are so important for us to learn. This is the building in Yerevan, the capital of Armenia. This fits 15,000 students or people. The goal of Tumo was created 11 years ago, as I said, by a couple who tried to devise how to help their country to actually take the leap forward in terms of development. It's a beautiful country to visit, and they have a very, very interesting history and culture. So today, when you visit the capitals, very, very few students did not go through the Tumo project. It's fantastic that without, I mean, totally free of charge, we can create these people or provide the opportunity to those young people so that to bring together and create their own portfolio which results from everything they learned. You know, in a nutshell, we are an extracurricular project. Right now, we work 2 hours a week, 2 hours plus 2 hours, usually in the afternoon and all day on Saturday. For students between 12 and 18 years of age, is free. The state doesn't pay anything. What we want with this, we want this to be also a social lift, so to say, to get everybody, all the youngsters get the chance to attend that. Is not only a matter of the following the principle of first served, first come, or you can only come if you have the money to pay. That's not the case at all. So we welcome all the youngsters to participate on that. There are no marks at the end of the period. We permanently assess them and provide permanent feedback on that, and there is no certification for that either. So the methodology is totally different. The goal is to speed up the learning opportunities for youngsters. I mean, for technology and arts. I mean, I'll show you what these areas are, but we want to speed up this process. Also having in mind the possibility of somehow shedding some light over some paths they may follow in the future for professional alternatives. We work based on two methodologies: self-learning, as you saw, I mean, people sitting down, relaxing in sofas. We have a specific software for Tumo. The youngsters access the area, I mean the agenda that is in the program, and then they choose what they want to check, what they want to learn. We have a number of mentors and staff that follow up on these people. And then we have like workshops, which is the closest the closest example you can get from a school room. And you also have the Learning Hub. There are groups that, for example, may actually get together in a small group and go visit an exhibition or something nearby. That's very, very good. We also consider that it's important for the youngsters to know exactly what's going on in their city. And so they can actually bring examples and ideas to work on the following sessions. So when youngsters join, they have a welcome and orientation phase. Then there are 4 weeks in self-learning and the 3 workshop, and then Learning Hub again, and then after these activities, they can go to the level 3 of difficulty. So these are 8 areas that we offer for people. That these prove to be successful and popular amongst the youngsters: music, photography, cinema, and game production. This is an example of the agenda that students see when they get to the computer. You have, you know, the bars and the lines, you know, for the workshops. Right now, we have 914 students. We have 32 people in the staff. I mean, workshop leaders, it's like testers, like professors or teachers. You have the mentors also. So we are. This is the area we cover. But of course, 85% of the youngsters are from Coimbra, and these are the areas chosen by them. We are sponsored by the municipality and by private entities, and that is how things are going to work in other Tumos. We want to expand the Tumo areas in all throughout Portugal and then also to Spain. This is all I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Obrigada, Filipe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Filipa. And now taking or to sort of make the transition for the next speaker. Let me ask you, I'll tell you that I was with some architects, and someone said, you know, the kids sort of lost the brightness on their eyes. And, you know, that's how people feel. And when I heard you speak, Filipa, of course they have a motivation, they have more brightness in their eyes. How did you manage that? Oh, that's an excellent question. Many adults have also lost the brightness in their eyes. That, of course, would give us, you know, a topic for discussion for the whole afternoon. We're talking about people always rushing and the lack of silence, you know, the capacity to sit down and unwind and reflect. And there's something that is also happening in the formal education, which is something I do not want to discuss that right now. So I believe that with the way the secret lies on how we produce or process our education. It's not formal education, as I said, but it's something for youngsters to sit down for 3 or 4 hours or so. Sometimes they start at 8 a.m. Through lunchtime. But I have youngsters who are exhausted because of the agenda that they have, which is definitely worse than mine. Because I mean, we're talking about the school activities and then extracurricular activities and so on and so forth. So it's easy to understand why people lose the brightness in their eyes. I can't do what I want. Because, I mean, to do things that others want me to do. But the problem sometimes is also that they don't understand why this is so. I understand that in many occasions you have to impose, you know, due to the structure of the system, that's the way it works. But you know, it's the idea. The thing is that these people sometimes learn without a goal, and that's a problem for them. Now, getting your word, the last word you used, you know, having a firm goal. So let me ask Bruno, what is the goal of this sister houses or villages?
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thanks to the municipality of Fumão. My special greeting to my colleagues from the historic villages. The Gist Villages is a project. I think this has a red light, so it's not working. Can I get some help, please, with the pointer? as regards the project and what it can bring to the new European Bahaus, there are three different dimensions. First one is an aggregating dimension. This is our territory, the center of the hinterland, and it's a network made up of networks. It's a 20-year project, and throughout the years in a territory that had all the centrifugal forces that could make it go wrong, and that but this project it has a network of networks that is anchor of aggregating the potential, the endogenous resources, the assets, and the partners around a mission and a design. This aggregating spirit that contradicts the centrifugal forces is one of the main things that the project can bring to the NEB. So what is this symbology of the project, and what are the reasons and the symbols that make up this common narrative? The home as a symbol of preservation, community, belonging, and nutrition, and receiving the schist, a rock which is very fragile individually, but which in its aggregation it becomes resilient and persistent. The X sign that marks the place of the treasure on the map. It also marks our life choices. That's when we wish to be somewhere. That's the place where I want to live. This is my choice for my life. This is my choice, my territory. And also the idea that this is a territory whose argument for society, and we've been discussing the dichotomy between technology and tradition, and our proposal is based on materiality, the senses, connection with nature and with others, and what can emerge from here that may contribute towards our personal development. This is a natural mountain territory, a difficult territory, that translates into a very demanding way of living with very sensitive ecological elements where people have persisted and resisted, creating a very specific way of living that still attracts the new demands for this lifestyle. This is a project where it is impossible to understand the place where you are if you don't immerse yourself within it, if we don't observe and feel the place with all of our senses and involve in it deeply. We have to have a spirit of curiosity, look at every place with this thought, where is the differentiating character of an asset, a resource, a place that can affirm itself as a new business, a new pole of attraction, to have a laboratory experimental attitude, welcoming scientists, artists, developing thought and the projects based on our collective identity. And there are different instruments of contemporary writing. All these implements are instruments that transform reality where they operate and which are equally important to us. This is the second dimension that we believe schist villages can bring to the new European Bahaus. The village is a school philosophy, means that there are elements that are slipping and we have to stimulate them. So this learning system open to scientists, artists, designers developing different projects. I'll show you something, not being afraid of experimenting new ways, new paths for the futures, not being afraid of making errors. And we started with architecture. The schist villages started in the year 2000 with the main aim of avoiding the decadence of the heritage, given the depopulation dynamics that was growing, and that meant low self-esteem from the populations and lower life conditions regarding the development context of the country. So lifestyles, living conditions were one of the main considerations, and we started to have these multidisciplinary teams, often led by architects, but also with anthropologists, sociologists, based on a village plan with two aspects. One with an economic survey and inquiries to the populations, trying to understand what they wished for us to do in their village at the very detailed level. We had many community meetings to decide on details, and then a proposal for architectural intervention in public spaces, public buildings, and also infrastructures. Because at the beginning of the 21st century in Portugal, there were places where there was no water or other systems. So this was the Casa das Janeiras before the intervention, and after. We also applied architecture in the territory through two projects that were very special. The Rhoros, it's a Norwegian city's name. We had these collective work with artisans from that city, especially in woodwork, and later the project Eco Architecture, researching on the use of traditional materials in architecture. This process continued in the context of the hinterland pine forest rehabilitation plan after the big fires, ADX tour. So we become responsible for managing these two programs, the villages and the marketing and territorial innovation. So the idea was to renovate and reactivate some of the topics and distinctions of these places and intervene again physically in some villages. We also had a project for craft and design. We invited all the design schools to join a group of artists and artisans and develop a trilogy of projects. So water, the spirit of the place, and architecture, to develop some products, and also a project methodology to help us build this system that includes universities, artists, local communities working together should I conclude? I still have some way to go. Also, work with the potential of some artisan industries, some crafts, and we were part of the European World Craft Council. We also developed a bicycle in partnership with the University of Aveiro. This is an exclusive electric bike for these villages, also with the same university, Project X, that is bringing students outside the classroom, bring the design board, the drawing board outside, out in the open air, and create intergenerational spaces of discussion, which then produce different products. Empowerment and skill building projects for exploring the dark sky with an epicenter in the schist territory. We're a certified destination, a starlight destination, one of the best places in the world to watch stars. And there's also this idea of empowering entities to identify and be able to read the sky, this idea of training. Also in cuisine, getting together new chefs with a more contemporary approach to the traditional knowledge of food preparing in gastronomy in the territory. Also jazz. We had some of the best known jazz musicians play in our villages, always within a context of fruition and learning. We're president of the Fab Lab Association. We try to include this digital fabrication element. Also, we have a project on drawing the essence of places, so designers and understanding the essence of the places and drawing it. Also, creativity and art, a project under the topic of inhabiting and moving in mountain territories with different artists or art projects to 2027. We have this training and skill building as a tool for a permanent tool for our projects. And the third dimension is the brand as the main element of attractiveness of this territory, providing the imaginary and welcoming these new demands throughout the territory, and to continue to do what we've been doing to sow fertile land with our ideas. Thank you. Thank you for your capacity to synthesize, because it's really a lot of initiatives. Congratulations on this. So we still have 2-3 minutes. If there are any questions, please go ahead.
Muito obrigado. Muitos parabéns ao Eurico.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations to Eurico. He spoke about main d'água, the source of water. The gentleman is making a play with words for the source of origin or the end of the source of water and the end of water. So I think that what I retain of these interventions is that you rose the issue of what university should not be. And quoting Johnny Cleese of Monty Python, he wanted to be a teacher of creativity to different universities, and all of them refused it. So I disagreed with that, and I was pointed as being a fool. So I can tell that we know that if Einstein was still alive, in this day and age, you would not have a place in a university. So the idea is to exchange the knowledge for the market possibilities only. It leads to nowhere. So it's important that we keep in mind everything so negative that you pointed out in your first intervention. So thank you very much. Any other comment or question? Good afternoon. I need to follow what the previous immediately speaker comment. But quite frankly, my interpretation of what was presented by the first speaker, who is no longer with us, but of course, in some universities they still work without being for profit. I remember the studies that was created, in terms of researching the development of the fruit fly, for example, which somehow triggered the whole think of research in that area, and which led to fantastic results. Anyway, we need to consider, of course, the cycles of life, its speed, and whatever product we're talking about. It may be a medical solution or whatever solution may be for new mobility, new type of energy. So when we speed up the relationship between prototyping and research and the assimilation on the side of the market, of course, that is something that has to be taken up by the university, because it's also a part of the life and goal of a university. And let me paraphrase friend Jaime Izquierdo, who says that sometimes it's very hard to understand how we can understand, or trying to research how to live in Mars, and while we still don't understand exactly the kind of living in our villages. So there is a need to link we all need to link to the earth, and so this is what I wanted to underscore. No, but that's exactly the goal of a debate, so thank you. So let us continue, let this go on. In terms of education, let me just, very quickly make a brief comment. I believe that there is a space for all of us. Tumo is not against university. Many people ask this question, so if you have a new learning space, so it means that public schools are no longer valid? No, of course that's not the case at all. I mean, I studied in the public school, and there is margin for all of us to operate. So, of course, university is a fundamental institution. But it's important that we reflect on the different needs, different needs for the market or whatever institutions we're talking about. There are needs in all generations, and all generations have reasons to complain. We now say that youngsters cannot concentrate. And the news from 40 or 50 years ago would basically say the same. Right now, youngsters can learn through YouTube, but maybe they cannot actually select or select and identify what's important and what's not, or what is slightly less important. Let me just go back to this idea. The new learning models have to be reflected upon. However, the university cannot be closed within itself. And we and the chest villages are a living example of how, through different projects, we've managed to take advantage, adjust to the elastic minds of students. Sometimes we need to create a context so that they can get out of the box and get out of the context they're in, and so maybe later come back. I think that this is a part of the responsibility of the civil society. That is, create the context or the conditions for other types of learning, all types of sort of fostering creativity. And I believe that many universities have been able to actually take, many institutions have taken the opportunity to actually foster these ideas. Let me very briefly, because we need to finish now, let me just underscore three concepts. The concept of transformation, that of innovation, and that of creation. Three topics that we will bring with us, and knowing that they're all very important. So thank you for remaining with us till now. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. De seguida, passo a chamar.
Next, I'll call the Vice President of the Board of the Architects Association, Paula Turgal, to introduce keynote speaker João Luís Carrilho da Graça on The Future is Now, Redesigning Priorities.
Bom, boa tarde novamente.
Good afternoon, hello again. The architectural inventive of Carrilho da Graça transcends the borders of conventional architecture, leading it to a threshold of art and innovation. His pioneering vision and his passion for the construction system gave origin to what we call the Lisbon School of Architecture. It has revolutionized the way how we began to think and create the architecture space, from an academic exercise from home to Captain's Gallet, to the B- that he gave his collaborators, allowed us to understand tools to stimulate creativity, stimulating the way how architects see project and design, seeking plasticity as a sculpture, going beyond the limits of what can be imagined. The influence of Carrilho da Graça can be seen in each of his works, from the Campo Maior swimming pools, where we have elements of unique plasticity, till the cruise terminal, the Covilham Bridge, the Portugal Pavilion, where form and structure are in perfect harmony. going from architecture to sculpture and transcending the limits of both disciplines. So Carril de Graça has been challenging established norms and standards, creating unique works. His legacy is inimaginable. His indelible mark upon the territory, urban landscapes, and for those who want to go beyond architecture spaces. The way how he interprets the territory is an inspiring example for future generations of architects who see in him not only a master but a visionary. Having no doubts that for João Luís, architecture is not just a job, it is a passion that grows with each project and leaves us with questions. The future being now, what are the priorities that you think are more urgent now for the future of both architecture and the planet? What's your vision for the future architecture? What advice would you give to young architects that are starting their career? There are more questions, but let's leave them for after you address us.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everybody. This presentation made by Paula Turgal was very, very kind, very generous. I hope to be up to that. To what she said. So the house of Captain Scarlet was fantastic. All that materialized or was to happen in 2017. In fact, this was created 30 years before then. But this has, even in spite of that, this has is not yet a reality. I unfortunately did not have the chance to hear all the presentations, but those I had the chance, I really appreciate those I actually attended, like, the schist villages, for example, and all the references that were already made somehow share a part of my concern regarding this obsession about market, for example, which remind us of all the problems that may actually stem from all that. I think my intervention is going to be somehow out of tune from what you've been discussing here today. I would maybe suggest that we should change, concrete by cork. Cork is fantastic, and and the mixture of that with the wood is also very nice. So instead of that, I suggest that we discuss the concept of anachronism. But let me start by saying it's an introduction that my wife keeps telling me. Is after you present the third picture of the third rehabilitation you did, people are already away, miles away. The topic anachronism came to mind because of I thought of a conference by Jacques Herzog in Milan. He thought about anachronism as a positive principle. I thought that this was interesting, but besides being a technique, it can also give us the right framework for the work we to develop. This image, or any other from this film that dates back to the 1980s. I always refer that because it's a kind of a short circuit of the idea of future today. Because at the same time, it features, you know, situations that we're used to, or something that is totally wrong. I mean, it's just like Captain Scarlet. But it combines that idea with environment or locations that are more attuned with Asian cities where life goes on almost as it was like 100 years ago and is going to last for another 100 years. The thing is that even though we keep trying to provide the contemporary responses to the challenges of the planet, of course this is very important, and and this relates to a number of issues that we're all familiar with. But regardless of that, there are a number of issues that are quite stable, and these are the ones I'm interested in. This text is by Rui Chaves. It's a kind of autobiography. I learned about this, but when I attended the honoris causa ceremony with which he was granted, and I heard about this book. I have to say that I admire Rui Chaves a lot, and all his work and what he says and thinks. He says, I was born in 2066 in Franconia, in a small village which does not exist, and he invents a biography that lasts for 700 years, where he visits a number of sculptures that he considers of interest and considers fundamental, as if a bit like vampires, you know, to live for 700 years. And, you know, to assist and participate in the history of art, in the history of architecture through a very long period. And I like this concept that in spite of speed, there are many things that are still here and permanent. To explain how I see territory and landscape, I resort to this picture, this photograph by Sebastião Salgado, where you see a trail in Amazonia that is all the highest line of the topography. This is the most defended option because it's in between two valleys, and it has continuity. It may not look like that, but it is. I mean, and it's better that way than going across the valley. And it enables you to access to promontories where you can sort of camp and have these fantastic views. These are sort of the departing points, so to say, for the human settlements that actually occurred. We went in a small plane, flying rather low, and you see all these through that. This photography is by Duarte Belo, who is an architect and was a student of mine, and has a different way of looking at things. He looks at things to a certain extent like a geographer with whom he had, or amongst whom he had several friends. So this is a course of water, and then is something, a human path, so to say, near the Guadiana River. This is a film about the dance by Pina Bausch, which remind us of how important these lines can be. The lines of slumps. Mary Mist used, a series of ceilings or the roofs of many buildings that creates this slump lines, or the line of the slumps, which is one of the oldest ways that goes and follows that long line, but the line is always leading towards water. From the urban standpoint, the most intensive or intense areas are these crossroads between Broadway and the meshwork of the areas. You can imagine, the Flatiron, in New York, which is such an interesting building. This reflection on these lines of slumps show the three hydrographic basins in the south of Portugal. So you have Guadiana, Sado, and the Tagus rivers. These barriers are sort of sided by these hills, and at the same time you have Évora, the city of Évora, then a village of Igrejinha, which is we can imagine what the archaeologists describe as the importance of this geographical area. And then you get this the two estuaries of the river Sado and the Tagus river. And there are other lines that are the crossing of these lines. Saverio Moratori, an Italian architect from the fascist period, led a number of studies and reflection on how Europe was actually was crossed or was approached throughout times, and he tended to show the slumps, the lines of slump, all throughout that time. This is a model that I drafted with João Gomes da Silva from the city of Lisbon, when it was considered not to have the airport, and this we were asked to reflect about that space if there was no airport in Lisbon. And then after that model, I continued doing a lot of drafts and design and all that. Since the Captain Scarlet times in '87, I believe it was, we see the typography of city of Lisbon. The red lines are the top, and the blue lines are the water lines, and at the bottom you have St. George's Castle. And so you can get the crossing of these lines of slumps and the water lines correspond to very important urban sequences. And these are very important for the structure of the city, because are pathways that are very old, and by definition these pathways could not be privatized, as the water lines cannot be privatized. So these were all leading lines, so to say, for the development of the city. So once we overlap all this meshwork, it looks a bit chaotic, because you get the red lines and blue lines help us to understand this a bit better. This is another model that I created a few years ago for an exhibition at the CCB in Lisbon, the conference center in Lisbon. And I think this is very interesting because on the right-hand side, you still have the old small farms that had not been absorbed yet by the city development. Then you get more modern areas that have been built in the meantime, and then the city downtown. But the way you look at this, and when you look at the history of Lisbon, is something that has always interested me, and somehow has always been the motto for me for the work I develop. I like this map a lot. This was back in made in 1812. If you almost close your eyes, you see that this depicts the city as being very short-living being, so to say. So this goes all through to 1911. So you already get the new areas. Let me now share with you the bridge of Carpinteira. This is the Estrela Mountain. This is a geographical entity that is very intense and very strong, powerful, I would say. It's almost in a positive, negative relationship with the Cova da Beira, which is the area we're in, which is, a plain, at the bottom of these mountains. This was drafted for the Polis project, which unfortunately was a project that did not continue. But I was asked to base my work on a work by Tutonio Pereira. He thought that through, pedestrian bridges and elevators, if you can manage to go across all that topography, you could actually do that, walking and quite swiftly. So this idea of getting this in Ribeira da Carpinteira, the Carpinteira water stream, you could actually go perpendicular to the development and refers to Serra da Estrela and the linkage or connection to Cova da Beira. And then it's also connects to the swimming pool and the historical center. And because it is somehow perpendicular, there are sort of 2 or 3 curves, which is rather interesting. This is the valley development. You have the water stream in green, and then you have the bridge. So the first times I showed this bridge many years ago in Italy, many friends were very upset because I said, you've always worked so directly and so simply. So I had to prepare to make this picture to show them that curves may also be of interest and of beauty. So you have the straight arch. Then on the right-hand side you have the swimming pool, and on the other side the rest of the elements. Let me just talk about the cylinder pillars that we have. Many people complain about it, and I'll tell you why. The 250 meters long, 4 kilometers width, and you have the beams. And what I wanted to do is to underscore the idea of the straight arch, as if this was, logical for these entities. And for practical issues, I had to introduce these 2 pillars, but I wanted them to be different from the narrative that we have in the center. So we have, steel beams, wood. That happened during the construction. So the idea was to have this the main body of the bridge, and then the two pillars had to be in steel, and then two other pillars that would be round, and that the idea was to actually for them to be covered by plants and all that. So although people complain, but I think it's beautiful. But I'll keep insisting, I'll keep nagging the municipality, because they have not yet planted the plants that I recommended. And here we see the neighboring area of Val da Carpinteira, or the Carpinteira Valley. When I was building the bridge, I became a bit disappointed because it was the steel was somewhat crooked, and I was not happy with that. So I decided to paint the two sides of the bridge in white. And the bases, the underneath black, painted black. So white is almost like a sheet of paper, but like that, you see. And after this strong, powerful chromatic effect, the oscillations, you can no longer see the variations in the steel, and so now I think that it's more interesting. If anyone would like to ask or make a comment or so, please do not hesitate to interrupt me and ask.
Here you can see the oscillation of the steel, the black part. This is, I believe, a video or a film by Catarina Mourão. It's very beautiful, but it has a lot of images, and I prefer to save the time. I'd like to skip it, but I have not been able to.
São os tais pilares que eu gostaria.
These are the pillars that I would like to see we covered with ivy.
Também na Covilhã.
So in Covilhã, the data center of Portugal Telecom. Go back to the Serra da Estrela mountain. Here is the place, but it's not very clear. There's a small white arrow. Here we see the bridge where the screens meet, and then the airdrome where the old airdrome where the data center was built. These sequence of images was organized for a presentation on the data center to a young audience in Lisbon. So from here, a banal project of a data center made by some Dutch people, which was extremely useful because I was able to understand the logic of organization of the space, not really technology, but these enabled me to draw a proposal that was different. Here we have the old aerodrome. This was the first model that we prepared. The idea was to have office spaces with 4 modules, but business was not really so successful. This was a plan for implantation. The models which I like to do, my colleague has mentioned this. The idea was for this water plant to reflect a specific atmosphere for the people who work in the offices, but also doubles the dimension of that parallelepipedical volume, which is half a cube, and when it's reflected on the water, it becomes a cube. So this is one of the inspirations for that proposal. The buildings are very complex from the technological point of view. I won't go into details now. During the building with the prefab structure systems, it starts from it's based on industrial elements. Here you see the presence of volume in the landscape during the construction process. This is an external space for those who work here. I was interviewed in the radio the other day. It was a program by Fernando Alvim, and then they had questions from the public. And a lady who was the director of the data center offices that praised the building, and I said it's wonderful that they like it so much. But when the program ended, they told me that they were going to sell the data center, and that was just a marketing moment. I was really impressed. Oh, we love to work there. Well.
o design de comunicação.
The communication and design was made by Nuno Guzmão, who participated with João Paulo Costa, who's worked with me for many years in the hotel that you showed a while ago. I haven't visited yet, but I love it. I love the images. This is a building that is still being finished. It's two buildings in Évora. It's the Park do Alentejo for Science and Technology. The idea is to have some sort of company's kindergarten. The triangle with a circle is the central area, and then an area like a cloister. This is the first building. The main idea was to have only one floor without having to resort a lot to endow this building with a silent environment and a temperate climate for conviviality. This has been a success. This is the area where you saw the circle, which reflects upon the glass windows. They asked me to design an amphitheater, and a year later they sell it to another company. A restaurant also was sold to a different where you see KPMG was the auditorium. It seems interesting because the ambience is laid back. There is the external space intervention is going to happen soon. Back there you see the triangle. And I don't have good photographs. This is just a mobile phone photography. Not very quality, but the interesting part is perhaps not photographed, which is the inner or the interior atmosphere of these spaces. This was the restaurant, which was rent or sold to another company. This is a bit repetitive, I'm afraid. This is the last project I'm going to show you. It's now built. It's the amplification and modernization of the German school. It's the building of that black rectangle, which is a new grammar school and a model for a sports space. This is the model. It's a covered yet open space with a cover with a textile that lets the light come in. It's a it's a controlled atmosphere, semi-external building. This is the new grammar school, the new lyceum. It's now ready. It's a parallelepiped with 3 floors, and the rooms all all turn facing south. This is during the work. I was experimenting on 3 color options inside the corridors to understand its relationship with this glass brick. This has very basic conditions in climate. From a climate point of view, we still don't have professional photos. One of the corridors that lead to classrooms. Classrooms facing south with very good light and a landscape that is not always wonderful, but generally quite nice. And that's all. Thank you. I hope I can answer questions from you if there is time for that. Okay. I'm afraid the gentleman is not using a microphone, so we do not have sound in the booth. So come here, see this bridge.
And I remember I had the chance to show this to my father-in-law, and he said only an architect could have this type of design. Well, let me tell you that I once presented this bridge at the University of Covilhã in the Department of Architecture. Students liked it, but there was an engineer there who didn't like the design at all. You know, from the standpoint of the structural economy, that was not that efficient. But it is more rational than it may actually be more irrational. But I believe that that things end up working fine. Have any other questions? Weren't you shocked, you know, at the fact that we had such nice things and then nothing was continued, so to say? Someone is speaking without a microphone. In terms of insulation, the German school is quite modern. It's very interesting that you know, the back of the building, as you go down Fontes Pereira de Melo in Lisbon, I believe. The aluminum building, but that was not designed by me. No, it's Patricia Barbas that designed that. But my son is an engineer, technology engineer. He studied in the States. He worked there, and the German school has very interesting solutions for natural ventilation. And the back of the building was, in fact, sort of irregular, so as to take advantage of light. Well, looks like there are no further questions. I really thought that you would be shocked and would ask a huge number of... How about anachronism? The Jacques Herzog's explanation when he talked about this word is a kind of a displacement in time, but I decided to use this word in a broader sense, that is, which is the planet at any time is totally, out of its time. If you look at history, or if you look at the present day situation, we have so many things that are of a totally different nature, with the different levels of attractiveness. But basically, the idea was that the art of architecture is not linear, and that's not what's at stake right now. Let's not imagine that there is the kind of centrality, but the idea of anachronism is probably the most interesting. So that's why I recommended this title. Good afternoon. I would like to share a story. I was a student at the University of Covilhã for 5 years, and I'd like to underscore that that bridge of yours as the public space. I've crossed it a number of times. We go back and forth, and people would go past, and I remember seeing you a lot, several times, and then meet someone and stop, and we stop for some minutes and talk about that. The scale of that work is very inviting, I would say. Well, there are standpoints to look at things that you could not imagine. But I remember when it was built, it was considered a very particular type of construction. I'm very glad, and I'm sure that you're not one of the co-owners of that bridge, and you're trying to sell it to me. Good afternoon, and congratulations for that presentation. This may sound a bit out of the box, but I'm interested in the influence that cinema has in your work. I mean, you showed a number of images, and you have a lot of cinema references, and I'm glad that you actually showed that part of that film, which is a work that is about architecture, but is a cinema work, fantastic work. So I would like to ask you, what is the influence that the cinema has in your work? Well, thank you. I really like that film by Catarina Mourão. When, about 2 years ago, I had an exhibition at the House of Architecture, I requested the numbers of films, or to a number of film makers, and I have to say that one is my favorite. I cannot, however, be more specific about the influence of cinema in my work. I also spoke about Luís Chaves. I could be speaking about Julião Sarmento, a good friend of mine. And we all had he knew that art was very important for me. But, as all of us, we are influenced by everything that surrounds us and that interests us, and then sooner or later they may be reflected in the work we develop, because we build something with the information you have in your mind. But cinema is particularly important for me. I remember when I was still studying, I wrote Pedro Vieira de Almeida about swimming pools in Lessa, Lessa do Balio, I mean, you would praise, that experience that was the swimming pool by Cisa Vieira. But at the same time, he mentioned the limitations of architecture as a path. And I remember thinking about that for a long time. These two dimensions, that is, the building as a possible space, but also as something that is more permanent, a place that where you can sort of stay. It's more static. I don't know. If you were asking the floor? No. If not, thank you very much for your patience to listen to me.
Muito obrigada.
Well, thank you. Now, to close this conference, we'll listen to the message sent by the ambassador, who's the representative of Portugal at the EU, Ambassador Manuela Teixeira Pinto.
I'd like to start by thanking the Architects Association invitation addressed to the Portuguese permanent representative to the EU to participate in this opening session. I'm very happy to address you on the occasion of this event in Fundão, involving the Architects Association in its General Directorate for the Center, the CCDRC, and the Fundão Municipality. This event is part of the new European Bahaus Festival, which from today to the 13th of April will give us over 200 events and initiatives. In September 2020, in a speech on the State of the Union in the European Parliament, President von der Leyen launched the idea for a new cultural project for Europe, the new European Bauhaus, an extended, innovative, transforming space in the whole continent, with the objective of creating a new lifestyles, articulating creativity, sustainability, and less carbon, an inclusive and accessible to all. Since then, many initiatives have been promoted in a show of extraordinary dynamism. It has evolved and transformed based on a process of co-creation with different entities, citizens, and communities, with the active participation of Portugal. From Brussels, we followed the genesis of the new European Bauhaus and the participation of Portugal. Portugal was one of the first member states to involve actively in 2021 politically, with the creation of an interministerial work group and participation in the different platforms, and with an emblematic project led by Portugal, the Bauhaus of the Sea. As this event shows, the community is motivated with numberless projects and initiatives. The potential is huge. Looking at the future, the role of the new European Bauhaus is mentioned by the European Commission. So I wish to congratulate you again for this initiative and wish you a fruitful day's work. So again, using von Leyen's words, we're building the world where we wish to live. In the Portuguese permanent representation of Portugal to the European Union, will be following and supporting your work. Thank you for your attention, and the film is being repeated. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Seguindo, chamo para usar da palavra a senhora Vice-Presidente do Conselho Diretivo Regional do Centro da Ordem dos Arquitetos, arquiteta Liliana Muniz.
Olá, muito boa tarde a todos.
Hello, good afternoon to all of you. We were traveling today. We saw the importance of nature and the green spaces in this future of ours, biodiversity as an effective contribution to people. We saw the work of historic and schist village networks as a brand of the territory, with a demographic challenge, new centralities to be created where mobility is present, ever present, where there is an aggregating spirit and a laboratory attitude with a dialogue between technology and tradition. The public space is reflected on before and then private spaces. Sustainability is important here through new construction methods, be it a prefab panel, cost control in production, new technologies, or a constant and cross-cutting way of intervening on the territory and society. We have new learning models, and all contributions presented today, I hope that they gave us the understanding that these areas and that multidisciplinary teams contribute to the success of this conference and the new European Bahaus, where maintaining the territory can be a reality. So I'd like to congratulate all present, all those who share their experience with us, thanking also moderators who were able to discuss and organize the different topics and different intervenients. I'd like to also thank the teams that made this possible, both the national structure of the Architects Association, our host, the mayor of Fundão, and of course the regional chamber of the center region of the Architects Association. A big word of thanks. We'll be still working tomorrow, having a workshop, introduction, vision, and solving problems, and visits that will be taking place tomorrow. I hope you can stay for them. So, in sum, thank you very much. I'm sure that we'll leave this room being better citizens, more aware, more careful, with a finer perception of our responsibility towards the future, which is now. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Seguidamente usará da palavra o Sr. Presidente.
I'm now going to give the floor to Architect Avelino Oliveira. He is the the president of the association, the Architect Association. Well then, this has been a long day, so I will try and be brief. But at any rate, I would like to underscore a couple of issues that I think are very important to be a landmark for, or to make today as a landmark. Let me start by saying that I'm very happy that because of the number of architects actually participated in this event. The idea of the European Bauhaus is not always easy to explain to a common citizen because it's an integrated and rather complex situation. And conceptually and in terms of identity, That's important, but there is also a practical stance to it, a practical strand, and that's very important. And that is exactly why we have this type of events, and that's why today is being such an important day. So a very special thank to the organizers, the coordination, Paula Turgal, the deputy president of association, also the regional branch of the Architects Association, and all those who came from other parts of the country. And so, very briefly, let me revisit some of the topics that were discussed here today. First, in the morning, we heard a presentation I would like to draw your attention to. Our colleagues from MassLab, with being extremely humble, they managed to show us their work, but not only the work, but the way one should work. It's how they want it to work and how they want to build this method, this work method, so as to develop a quality, architecture of quality, and also, you know, coming to meet the people's wishes and identity, but at the same time with a very strong will to be a workshop with a strong brand, not only in Portugal but also abroad, that can promote this image, this idea of architecture quality that we have in Portugal, and which was very well mirrored by architect Carrilho da Graça. We've had a lot of students and former students, those who actually managed to see the two sides of this. It cannot but be absolutely happy and astonished. I mean, the teachings of Carrilho da Graça, the idea of actually protecting the space, of conserving the space. And none of those architectural works, so to say, cannot be well interpreted without taking into account all the context in which they are. That is why he was so focused on the idea of movies and how important that is. I think that is absolutely fantastic, and that's why it's so involving. So this example, and also the example conveyed by José Bandeirinha, and the idea of details, marks, signs, but the idea of actually labeling, you know, the idea or labeling some like the creation of this 15-minute city. But we're talking about civil construction, and when we discuss that, we discuss, you know, the socially produced raw materials, everything that is involving a city, the role of all the agents that are around that area, what it means to live in a city in the inner country versus living elsewhere. All these issues somehow get intertwined in this new European Bahaus. This having been said, let me try and, you know, take care of my business, so to say. I'm representing of Portuguese architects. I try to represent all of them. And there is a message that I think we have to convey. As you've seen, we have excellent representatives in architecture, but not always is architecture well taken care of in all the territories. And of course, we're still worried about the messages that we get complaining about some specific situations. I mean, we can do well, and we can do even better in this city, in this area. You get situations like you diminish the importance of architecture, of practicing, to practice architecture, and not to assign the right value and the fair value to the works carried out by some people. We're talking about people who devote themselves in terms of work, in terms of their knowledge to implement architecture, to create space. We, as architects, have one of the most precarious profession in the country. Young architects are those who immigrate most because they are recognized elsewhere, namely abroad, and they can find jobs, whereas in Portugal they can't. We sometimes are placed, like as secondary workers, where we obviously in many cases have to coordinate the works. We sometimes are subdued by the market economy, sometimes through the builders, and in architects and in areas. They won't even launch a call for tenders for the conception of some facility. And whenever this happens, many architects actually apply or respond to the bid. But because of this, because there is more quantity, there will be more quality, and furthermore, you can convey a better idea of transparency. We need to continue this kind of thing, and we can do more things with the work that the architects do, like conferences, exhibitions, and so on and so forth. Of course, people may complain that it takes too long, but the opportunities and the advantages stemming thereof are certainly incomparably worth it. So we need to make sure that when exercising governance of our city, we need to insist on the application of the good policies, good urban policies, good professional practices. When we see the good, the urban rehabilitation of the schist villages, or the reuse of the building like the one we're in, and when we see the capacity that many young people have in the schools, we need to actually take care of that. I wanted to talk about this because we're also in a cohesion territory. In Portugal, we already have we already lack some architects in some municipalities, and I believe that that's fantastic that is happening. Because, like in some areas where you have demographic problems, but at the same time, there are places in those areas with municipalities that want to launch a call for tenders or a bid for to place an architect. The idea of exercising architecture in a municipality, but also in terms of licensing, so that we can protect our heritage, and we have to have people who are skilled and qualified to actually assess the effectiveness and the adaptiveness of those buildings. We already see that in some technical areas in some of these municipalities. So I'm not talking about the things that are way far ahead in the future. No, this is something that is already here. And we need to consider, but nevertheless, we need to consider that we have to combat the fact that many young architects still immigrate a lot. And this applies to a specific profession, but also at the government level, not at the local level, but also at national level. Today, there's a piece of news saying that new Minister of Environment is very worried about the overall situation and wants to focus on that. So, in a region that has provided so many positive and good examples to the country, by promoting the different situations and show how in Portugal you can actually produce solutions for this territory, but that can then be replicated elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. And to close this period of interventions, I'd like to call the Mayor of Fundão, Mr. Paulo Fernandes.
Bom, depois de umas horas, cumprimento.
Well, after a few hours, it's my pleasure to greet you again. I'm happy to see that there are still a lot of people here. That means that something good happened here today, and relaxed also, which is so important for thought to flow. Once again, let me thank you very much for your presence here, and also the Architects Association. I don't have much more to say. Unfortunately, I could not hear or watch all the presentation by architect Carrilho da Graça. I was trying to think when was the first time I actually heard the expression Bauhaus. I got to Bauhaus via music. I used to like, and I still like, Gothic music, and I discovered Bauhaus through a band, a musical band. And so it was through that that I managed to come to the idea of Bauhaus and why it was called that way, and then that led me to architecture. I think this is very interesting when we're celebrating this very same spirit of what was a very important aspect, and the interdisciplinarity. Interdisciplinarity is pivotal. We sometimes don't know exactly what motivates people to do something, or what are the corner or ideas that are behind, I don't know where. We leave that for those who are watching us. I mean, think about, references and so on and so forth. Very thick books, and of course, you have to go through those books. But at any rate, I cannot do that myself, but I'm sure that is certainly contributed for further cooperation. We are called upon to bring together all this type of thinking in order to devise new and better ideas through this this interdisciplinarity. And of course, through this, we can influence and lead to new experiences, as we've heard all day long today. The issue about cities and places is certainly of interest. I remember that one of the Bahaus album was actually from a live concert, and there was a specific event which somehow made us speed up and led us to think about, so many realities depicted by Fritz Lang. Anyway, there are no perfect cities. No place is totally perfect. But I would like, when you walk around town, that you look at the flaws. What is dissonant, so to say? What is the harmony and where is the dissonance? Of course, sometimes you have to manage this very tense situation in a city. And sometimes politicians have to be moderators or more than decision makers. The idea of maker is almost it's sometimes very difficult to actually do, but it's important that we keep in mind what we're going to happen in the future. I don't know how brave many of these people would be, or when we talk about movies, the character of King Vidor would not enable or allow anyone to challenge his authority. I believe, I want to believe that following sessions like this, the actual value that is assigned to things, to our cities, to our work, only this way, and I believe that this is the case, can we consider this day to have been positive and good. And let me also take this opportunity to share with you something that can sometimes be hard to understand when we talk about intercultural or interculturality. And what do I mean by this in the context of a small city? Of course, the context was obviously very well explained here. And as I said this morning, this is something that we have to consider and to have that on the table, so to say. And as the president of the Architects Association said, the impact of big cities. You see, the less we concentrate on big cities, the less we will need to mitigate the necessary impacts that big cities have. We keep talking about carbon reduction, mitigating problems of big cities and so on and so forth. So maybe it's high time we start disseminating or spreading people more around the territory rather than concentrating them all in a big city, because at the end of the day there will always be an impact. Of course, this may be way too obvious, but we have to consider this. There is no way we can decrease the impacts of a city. So we're not going to eliminate all those impacts. What we can do is to mitigate. But our responsibility is our civilizational responsibility to do so. We are the consumption society, the well-being society. We certainly have a responsibility for that. But at the same time, we also have more capacity and more resources to make so. So it is some kind of ethical order that we have, or ethical obligation that we have to take care of this. And so I believe that these issues cannot be simply addressed by or through more and more concentration. I believe that there has to be other forms, other strategies that can actually mitigate the impact of concentration. The more people you have in a city, concentrate in a city, the more people want to actually leave the city center. So this is not a problem here. here, but also elsewhere. But if we follow this principle, we're going to have a better future. Let me give you a very practical example. I know that tomorrow you'll be visiting some specific sites, parts of our town. Many are interested in our housing program through the resilience program. And we are number one at pioneering, so to say, in an area which is very important, which is the urgent housing and education. Why? Because of migrants. So let me tell you what is a city that wants to be intercultural, but interclass also. This is just to wind it down, so to say. Not too long ago, a very famous lawyer came to the municipality, and he said he wanted to be, to have a meeting with me very, very urgently, because he was going to sue the municipality. And when I was told who the person was and what else, okay, that's fine. Let me go and meet him in the hallway. And it tells me, oh, I'm representing some clients, and I'm going to sue the municipality because the municipality is responsible for the well-being, mental well-being, and so on and so forth of these people. What was the issue? The clients lived in a 1970s building, 4-floor building, and they lived in the second floor without a lift. They've living there forever because they could no longer live or even breathe in that. And so he starts, the lawyer starts telling me that the issue was that the municipality was the land, the property owner of those houses had given those houses to people who were not used to migrants and were not prepared to live there. Of course, I warned him that he was getting very close to the red line, and if he was to continue that path, I would stop the discussion right there. And so he explained, all these issues, which is crucial for our attitude as a people and as a community. He then explained that the gentleman on the right and red hand side apartment, they are from Afghanistan, and it was the Ramadan, and so very early morning at the crack of dawn they would start praying and all that, and the plaintiff was complaining because he was old and so on and so forth, and it was very difficult to rest. Anyway, then first floor, Brazilians coming from Sao Paulo, going to bed very late and throwing lots of parties. The first floor. It was totally impossible to get to sleep early. And then I asked them, was there any other concern you have? Oh yes, because the one of the old lady is allergic to curry powder. So the smell of curry powder or curry would lead us, solve a big, or led to big problems, allergic and health problems. Then the other neighbors, you had two Hindu engineers, and they because of the whole environment, they were depressed and could hardly eat, and so on and so forth. So the conclusion was the mayor was to be taken accountable for all that. So I said, well, you have to remind these people that this is an interclass city. Many of those workers, we had engineers who came to pick fruit. You see, and that's what they came here for. So you see, no, so it's a touch of curry and the spice, you know. Oh, now, mediators. We have 9 mediators working full-time from different corners of the world, and we have to consider that the 25% are non-Portuguese. So from 74 other nationalities. Of course, mediation was of essence, and it worked. It worked. It managed to solve almost everything except for with the Brazilians. But there is still hope that the mediators were talking about with the Afghan community. So now they pray slightly later than they used to. And this way, we managed to find a solution for that. Then, with the Indian community, that talk about, you know, go to supermarket and get some airspray or something to absorb a bit, you know, the intense smell of spices. So, everything in a very dialoguing setting, so to say. The situation is worse with the Brazilians because of all the partying. But you see, this is a place that could be elsewhere in the context of any European city. We're talking about open cities. I mean, I would not go as far as to go to Robert Rossellini, now that we were talking about movies, but it could be slightly less erudite, but lighter, but you could have, so to say, Nanni Moretti to come and help try to uncover or unveil the secrets that are hidden in every city. So this is the expression that may happen in anywhere. So since this is the case, since this can happen anywhere, what I would like to wish you is that according to your talent, your skills, your capacities, to make these spaces more open, more democratic, not more perfect. But it's very important to have different ideas about things, defend these ideas, and knowing that we are before many challenges. We are in a crisis, and we're faced with challenges that go way beyond the neons, the very shining neons. I saw a documentary on the neon city, and I was fascinated. The idea of a new is certainly very interesting, is something that we have to somehow, it's a path that we somehow have to follow, but is a part of our heritage. We have values that go besides aesthetics. We have values that have to do with the new expression of city, the idea of construction, the expression of a city whether the space is more or less, larger, smaller, but hoping that this will all inspire us to be better as a whole and as individuals, of course. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Senhoras e senhores.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're approaching the end of our conference. The future is now redesigning priorities. I'd like to thank you for your presence and your patience. And I'd now like to invite you for a drink of port wine. Thank you very much.